Check, check. All right. What's up, everybody? How we doing? Yes, it's me. Um, oh man. Happy Friday, everybody. How's everybody doing? Hopefully well. I am chilling. I wanted to jump on and have some fun tonight and see what was going on with everybody and have a little bit of fun telling you guys about some stuff that's going on in the world in general, as I always do here on Vertigo Veritas TV. Call me Qizmhet. That is a screen name, of course. It's not what my parents named me, but I don't want a bunch of crazy ass right wingers doxing me or anything. Uh, yeah. I've been good. I've been really busy the past couple of days. Trying to get videos out and stuff like that. And I'm hoping that it pays off, that some good things come of it, because yeah, I want to get my voice out there. I want to talk to you guys. I want to tell everybody about stuff that's going on, you know. So we're gonna talk about some good stuff today. We're gonna talk about uh what's going on with the voting rights bill and how the Democrats are falling flat on their faces over and over and over and over and over and over again. Um, and just being cucks for the Republicans as much as humanly possible. I mean, controlled opposition is what we call it. And so yeah, there's that. And we're also going to talk about Jamaal Bowman getting arrested for him protesting for the Voting Rights Act uh, outside of the Capitol. We also might talk about Tucker Carlson a little bit and his fucking racist, crazy ass. And then some crazy ass YouTuber, fascist Republican dude was talking about how Beauty and the Beast is inherently right wing. So that's fun. I'm gonna go over that. And then yeah, we got a couple of other things that we're gonna get into. We've got some news on what rich people actually think the average American makes for a living. So that'll be fun. And then we're going to end up playing some Death's Door at the end of the night because, yeah, video games. Yeah, having some funs. Guys like my shirt, mostly harmless. I don't think we're mostly harmless, but it's a quote from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, or a reference to that. So, um, yeah. So why don't we just get into this, guys? I'm gonna go ahead and drop that intro. Mm-hmm. That sweet, sweet intro. Yes, yes. Uh, shit, man. We got lots of stuff to do today. So we're just gonna get right into this here. So we're just gonna turn that off. I had an echo there for a second. Um, First thing I wanted to go over, and this is absolutely just appalling here. This video. What this is it's shit. There we go. It's a debate with Matt Walsh, who, if you don't know, he's in the host for the Daily Wire, and he's quite sexist, racist, chauvinistic. He's basically a white nazi. He's basically a Nazi. And he went on Dr. Phil just recently and decided to make a fool of himself, making fun of trans people and telling them that they're not valid and so on and so forth. So we're going to go ahead and get into this to start off with. I think it'll be an interesting segment here for you guys. So let's take a look, shall we? Let's see here. Window capture. There we go. So let's see here. Cute couple.
I'm Addison.
And I'm Ethan.
We've been together for about
5 years.
And
Been
married
for 3 years.
I use they, them pronouns. Being non-binary just means that I just don't identify
Kind of reminds me of Jonathan from Queer Eye a little bit. Just a little bit.
with the gender I was assigned at birth, and I don't identify exclusively with being a man or a woman. I'm something in between, outside of that binary.
My pronouns are he or they. I also identify as a non-binary. To me, being a non-binary means having the sense of freedom to explore my gender in whichever way I want. I don't have to perform or pretend to be someone that I'm not. I can be my own.
They look so happy. Why wouldn't you, like, be happy for them? Like, why would you just try to fucking rain on their parade, huh?
It's really important for us to share more information with
That
people
makeup's on
because
point.
people are curious and they want to understand, but sometimes they don't always have the opportunities to do that.
This is a hot topic.
Yes.
That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why is it a good thing?
I guess because it creates dialogue and it invites conversation to learn about other people.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are really confused about gender identity in these times, and it's good for us to have these conversations so people open their minds and relearn and unlearn to what we've been taught.
Right.
Yeah, it's a big thing, you know, like many of us, especially like people in my generation, as I'm a little bit older, were taught our whole lives that there were only two genders. Now, at a very young age, we had a person at my school who was intersex. They were born with both sex organs, I believe, and had surgery later on in life. And so I kind of had an inkling at a very young age that was kind of bullshit, you know, the whole only two gender things. But for the most part, I figured that was a rarity, and for the most part, there was only such thing as two genders. And so I, with a non-binary child, have had to unlearn a lot of those preconceived notions about what gender is. And not even before my child was born, or before my child came out to me, you know, I had already began that journey of learning those things due to the amount of trans friends and things like that I have. So.
And Addison, many people think gender pronouns are exclusive to the LGBTQ plus community, but that's a misconception, true?
Yeah. Well, everybody has pronouns. Like, you may use he and him as your pronouns, right? I use they and them as my pronouns. We all may have a certain gender pronoun too, but I think it's important for people to understand that for trans and non-binary people, we often change our pronouns to reflect who we are when we come out and be who we are.
How do you explain the difference between sex and gender?
I consider sex to be our biological makeup. Our chromosomes, or hormones, our genitals is a biological makeup. But our gender is more of an internal sense. So think of it like this. Sex is what's between the legs.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes those things are tied together and sometimes they're not. So for instance, you may have some sort of change in, or like difference in hormones from, you know, a natural like considered traditional male. You may have all of the genitals of a male and whatnot, but you may have a hormonal difference which causes you to feel more feminine, things like that. And you may have an inkling that you don't feel like either. You feel like more in the middle. And as gender is pretty binary sex is pretty binary for the most part. It is a spectrum. There is a curve towards the middle there that where things kind of intersect. And it's so that is possible. And then the psychological aspect is completely a spectrum, which most people just can't even understand. They can't even fathom how that's a thing. But it is, it's how people feel. There is a such thing as dysphoria. There is a such thing as feeling like you're not a male when you were born with the biological sex organs of a male. It's this isn't a joke. It's not a big gag or like, some sort of, oh, hey, you're on candid camera kind of thing. This is, how people feel, and we have to respect that.
And gender is what's between the ears, right? It's how we see ourselves on the inside.
Okay. And that's something somebody can't know. Gender is something somebody can't know just by looking at somebody.
Nope, yeah. Because everyone is going to present and express themselves in a different way. I know it's very confusing, right? Everyone's like, what is going on? But it's really, about us breaking that assumption that we can tell someone's identity.
This person is very, very well spoken and very like outgoing. I can tell that they have some confidence in their public speaking. I would watch this person if they were on a talk show or if they had a YouTube or Twitch stream.
Someone's story, their pronouns, even their name, just based on how they look, right?
Yeah. And so how does someone ask? How does somebody clarify that? Ethan, what's the best way? What's the most comfortable way?
I think for me, to create a safe space for people to share their pronouns, I will say, hi, my name is Ethan. I use he or they pronouns. What about you?
I think it's really important for us to recognize other people's pronouns because, again, we can't make that assumption. But for so many people who are cisgender, meaning that you do identify with the gender that you were assigned at birth, you're not transgender or not non-binary, I think a lot of people don't even question their pronouns because we already use them and it's already assumed correctly. But for so many trans and non-binary people, that isn't often assumed correctly. So we need to take the time to get to know people.
Cisgender, it says...
Yeah, it's like nobody... I mean, that's a good point in general. Like, people don't take enough time to really get to know each other these days. It's all like, screaming at each other in the comments section of a local newspaper, or screaming at each other in the comments of Facebook, or making Twitter posts about each other. Nobody really gets a opportunity to really get to know somebody and who they are deep down. I mean, I get it. Some people, you start to get to know them and you realize, I don't want to know this person. I get that. But for the most part, I think that it would definitely help bridge gaps in this country.
That describes a person whose gender identity matches or aligns with the gender he or she was assigned at birth. Now, this would be what has been traditional for centuries, right? Why does it need a term?
Maybe traditional for centuries in this country. I mean, there are other countries such as India and like Thailand and things like that where they do recognize at least a third gender, I believe.
If we don't use that term, then we end up saying maybe real men or normal men or regular men, right? Or we just say men, and then we say maybe transgender men, right? And the thing is that we need to realize that trans women are women, trans men are men too. And so we just want to have a term for that privilege, that assumption that your gender identity is going to match the one that you were assigned at birth.
All right, and then transgender, adjective, describes a person whose gender identity does not match or align with the gender they were assigned at birth. And then non-binary describes a person whose gender identity does not fit into the traditional binary of man or woman.
Yeah, so that's how my kid started out, was the traditional, did not fit into the traditional binary of man or woman. He's feeling a little bit more on the trans male side as he gets older. So I'm trying to use he pronouns a little bit more instead of they. But my kid doesn't really care as long as it's not, using the dead pronouns. Right.
And that term can be abbreviated to, and how do you pronounce that?
NB.
NB.
NB, yeah.
Okay. And Explain that.
For transgender people, we are assigned a sex at birth, and when we grow up, you know, when there's a mismatch of how we view ourselves and how society views us, then we can choose to, you know, either medically transition or just socially transition or both.
My name is Matt Walsh, and I've written a book called Johnny the Walrus. This book is about identity and imagination.
Well, that was abrupt. Had this nice conversation going with these guys, and then you see this
He
evil fuck
identifies
come
as a
on the
walrus.
screen. What the fuck, man? They could have given us a warning we were about to see this fucking screwball, like, piece of crap.
And his mom's a little silly. She takes it seriously and thinks he really is a walrus. So she went on her phone, and there are people telling her that this isn't pretend. He's really
So
a walrus.
cringe.
And his mother takes him to the doctor to have him surgically transitioned and gets him walrus hormone pills, and then eventually tries to drop him off at a zoo to live with other walruses. Not only topping the Amazon charts, my book has taken the world by storm.
Oh, God.
You're saying that there should be no construct of gender, just sex. You're either male or female.
Right.
And someone feeling in a mental, emotional way that they don't identify with the sex that they have been biologically created as and assigned at birth based on their genitalia. If they don't feel that way, that there's no construct that describes that, experiences that.
Well, that's got nothing.
Why does he get to say that, though? I mean, why does he get to, like dictate how people feel and what they want to be identified as? It doesn't make any sense that it gets to be the arbiter of that. It's kind of ridiculous and kind of conceited that he thinks that he has the answers or that he has a perspective of that just because he doesn't understand it. And that's the thing, is that's why it's homophobia, because you fear what you don't understand. He doesn't understand it, and so he fears it, and so therefore he hates it.
To do with the reality. So you can feel however you want. I mean, I could sit here and say that I feel like a tomato plant, but that doesn't mean that I actually am those things. So your self-perception, you can have whatever self-perception you want, but you can't expect me to take part in that self-perception or to take part in this kind of charade, this theatrical production.
Why would you say that? Okay, so what? It seems like the only reason he doesn't want to take part in it is because of his fucking preconceived notions, and so he gets to dictate to whatever he wants to people as to how he's going to address them. Would you walk up to an old man and just call him shithead because that's how you perceive him? I mean, what about respect for your elders and respect for other people? Just because you look at somebody and don't see something that you think is in the norm for you doesn't mean that you can't respect that person and their ideals and their perceptions of themselves.
You don't get your own pronouns, just like you don't get your own prepositions or your
Especially when it comes to an immutable quality, which is something about somebody that they can't change. These aren't things that they chose to feel. This is just how they are. It's who they are. It's not it's like trying to tell an autistic person, oh, stop being autistic. You can't do that necessarily. And it's like telling a person it's like telling Matt Walsh to be a woman. Stop pretending you're a man. It doesn't make any sense.
your own adjectives. It's like if I were to tell you, my adjectives are handsome and brilliant, and whenever you're talking about me, you have to describe me as handsome and brilliant because that's how I identify. Makes no sense.
Those are adjectives that are not inherent to, that are more of a subjective nature, right? So if somebody, in my opinion, if somebody is a non-binary or trans person, they objectively feel that way as a woman or a man, and they objectively express themselves as that. So why would you come in and just tell them that that's not who they are and that they're lying to themselves or whatnot? With handsome or amazing, I think those qualities are kind of something that is in the eye of the beholder rather than something inherent to somebody. Is the point I'm trying to get to.
Don't get your own pronouns. That's grammar, that's language.
So you think it's a delusion? Someone is self-delusional?
Yeah, I think it's delusion. It could be mental illness. It could be it's a lot of different things. With children,
Wow.
you know, there's also just a basic confusion that all kids have. Like that's why when you hear a parent say, "Oh, my 4-year-old son came to me and said that I'm a girl now, and so that's what I'm gonna raise him as a girl." No, you're a 4-year-old. I have 4 kids. When a 4-year-old boy comes to you and says, "Oh, I'm a girl," here's a good follow-up question. What is a girl? Ask him what he means by that. What do you mean by girl? And when you ask him that,
Yeah, what do you mean, Matt? What do you mean?
here's what he'll tell you. He will tell you what he really means is that he wants to do some of the things that girls do, like play with the dollhouse, or you know, he likes the color pink. That's fine, play with the dollhouse, but you're still a boy. And that's a question I would like to throw out to other members of the panel, actually, because just like the 4-year-old can't answer what is a girl, well, this is one of the problems with this left-wing gender ideology, is that no one who espouses it can even tell you what these words mean. Like, what is a woman?
Well-
Can you tell me what a woman is?
No, I can't. Because it's not for me to say. Womanhood looks different for everybody.
What do you define a woman as?
An adult human female.
And what does a female mean?
Well,
how
that's
do you define a female?
someone with female reproductive organs,
Okay.
someone who's, here's the thing, when you're female, it goes right down to your bones, your DNA. So that's why if someone dies,
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Like, God damn it. Like, it's been proven. Doctors have proven the fact that even sex is on a spectrum a little bit. There may be hormone differences. Just because you are physically born with a certain set of genitals doesn't mean that everything about you fits the traditional sense of what those genitals are. There's more of a spectrum on those things.
Okay.
we could dig up their bones 100 years from now. We have no idea what they believed in their head, but we can tell what sex they were because it's ingrained in every fiber of their being.
Interesting. So I'm trying to understand. Your definition is that a woman is someone who is female, you said, right?
Correct.
Gotcha.
As a
Okay.
biological female.
So what happens if we have maybe someone who is female, identifies as a woman, right? Cisgender woman, right? As you just explained, maybe doesn't have the ability to reproduce. Maybe doesn't have those organs that you're talking about that are reproductive organs.
I have answered the question. You stood up here and said trans women are women.
Yes.
Tell me what you mean. What is a woman?
Womanhood is something that, just as Ethan explained, I cannot define because I am not
But
myself.
you used the word, so what did you mean when you said trans women are women if you don't know what it means?
Right? So here's the thing. So I do not define what a woman is because I do not identify as a woman. Womanhood is something that is an umbrella term. It includes people
That describes what?
people who identify as a woman.
Identify as what?
As a woman.
What is that?
Was to each their own. Each woman, each man, each person is going to have a different relation with their own.
See, this is why I sort of believe in gender abolition. I think that a lot of this conversation would be nullified if people just realize that there's a spectrum of these things. It's not just one or the other. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, maybe I have these sex organs, but I feel this sort of way, or I want to express this sort of way. I feel, and these guys, they have the same thing. They see Matt Walsh here. He says that, it's just a person with the biological organs of a female, of the female sex, which is not necessarily it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are other aspects that he attributes to a woman, that Matt Walsh contributes to a woman directly, and that would be traditional gender roles such as stay-at-home wife. She makes the babies. The man goes out and makes the money and comes home, and his wife cooks him dinner, and her place is in the home. He believes all of this stuff. He does. I've heard him talk about it. So it's not as if he is completely against the idea of gender and gender roles. So this whole line of questioning is actually BS. He's being misleading by saying what he's saying here.
Own gender identity and define it differently.
That doesn't-
And so
I'm not
trans
asking for that.
women are women too.
Okay.
And you want to hold on.
Say it again. Trans
You
women
want
are
to
women.
reduce.
What you
listen,
won't
listen.
even tell me
you
what
want
the
to
word
reduce,
means, though. So
you
that's
want to
the
reduce
problem.
women. You want to reduce men down to maybe just their genetics, our genitals,
No.
our chromosomes, right? That's what you're
What
saying.
you want
is
to
that
do is
that's what we
what
are
you
at the end of
what
the
you
day.
want to do is appropriate women. You want to appropriate womanhood
Okay.
and turn it into basically a costume that can be worn.
I'm really concerned about
Wow.
what's going on in schoolrooms across the country.
The entire gender pronoun situation makes me feel very upset.
People may think that if you don't want to use the preferred pronouns, that you're against gay people. This is 100%.
Oh yeah, I mean, then why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you use them? Is it how is that hurting you to make somebody else feel comfortable by calling them the pronouns that they want to be called? It doesn't make any sense.
Untrue. I am a huge advocate for gay people, trans people, and the like.
Stacy and I both have children in the same school district.
I learned that the teachers in my children's school were asking for the kids' preferred pronouns in the classroom. When I heard about this, it was extremely upsetting.
Last year, my son was given a homework assignment. I gave an example of a child not identifying with the gender that they're born with. This is an example of the homework that was given to my 8-year-old son. If a student is unsure of their place in the gender spectrum or is experimenting with different forms of gender presentation, school uniforms can present a real challenge.
Oh my gosh. What is gender spectrum?
That's a great question. My son was really confused. I feel like I'm ambushed.
Gender spectrum is the fact that what I was just talking about, that there are a multitude of genders in between male and female, some outside of both. You know, it's the whole idea of gender that we've constructed is a social construct, right? And we've been pigeonholing people and making them be placed in a box, in a certain box their whole life, even if they don't necessarily fit in that box. It's like ramming a circle block into a square hole. You know, it doesn't fit right. But we've been doing this to people since the beginning of, you know, the idea of this country, at least in Western civilization, for a lot longer than that, you know.
Because now I'm explaining to my son. He asked me, what does sexist mean? As a parent, I felt trapped. I felt I had to explain these concepts to my son. I felt like I was whittling away his innocence. This year, my 12-year-old daughter had a science teacher ask the class about their preferred gender pronouns.
I don't want a teacher talking to my child about gender pronouns. It is not appropriate. It's crossing a line. It's unacceptable. This is a parent-child issue, not a teacher-child issue. I wanted
Okay,
my
so
kids to have
how is a kid supposed, or how is a teacher supposed to know what pronouns a kid wants to be called? Should he misgender other kids just because you don't want your kids asked that question? Is that fair to the other kids for them to be misgendered and made to feel dysphoric because you don't want to address the issue? You don't want to learn, you know, about this stuff because you're closed-minded? It doesn't make any sense.
do with it. I had to pull both of my kids out of this school district.
I've decided not to pull my children out of the school district, but I'm fighting for change. I've been attending school board meetings for about a year now. What's happening across the country is teachers could get fired if they use the wrong gender pronoun. That just seems wrong.
This is my mission in life, to protect my children, and however I need to do that, I will. What Matt and I
haven't heard about anybody getting fired because they used the wrong pronoun. I don't know how deep that is. I don't think that that's necessarily a thing. I haven't heard anything about
and a
that.
group of us are doing is we're working to have the school board removed completely. A lot of people I know, a lot of parents I know, are afraid to speak up, and I speak for them, and I'm not afraid.
Arlo, how old is the baby now?
Oh, Sparrow's actually going to be 4 in February.
Has Sparrow decided as...
Oh, a gender?
Yes.
Oh, that's a great question. Sparrow is in a point of learning and exploration with a lot of things, including gender. Language with children at 4 is very, they're figuring it out. And so currently, Sparrow uses he for everyone. No, it doesn't matter what their pronouns are, and we've mentioned it. They just call everyone he, rather they don't conjugate it correctly. They don't use him or his or anything. Just he for everything. So we joke that he is Sparrow's preferred pronoun because that's what they use for everyone. As far as for themselves, though, they're not coming consistently saying, "I would like, I want to be a boy or a girl," or "I feel like I'm non-binary." We don't have heavy, in-depth, overt communications. It's not like every morning I wake them up and say, "All right, what's your gender today?" hoping they'll finally give me an answer. So it doesn't come up like that.
Okay, you decided this was important to leave unspecified.
Unlike what most people who are against this believe, they're just like, "Oh, this is all indoctrination. You're gonna tell your kid." It's the opposite of indoctrination. It's them telling their kid that they don't have to be anything. They can be and present themselves however they want.
Undetermined, why?
Because of the fact that gender is so social and it is such a social construct. Now, we say we shouldn't interact with one another differently because of our genders. Everyone deserves the same respect and treatment. But it has been scientifically proven that children are interacted with very differently based on whether they are assumed to be a boy or a girl. Girl children are held more, boy.
I did a video about this just recently, as a matter of fact. My toxic masculinity video.
Children are given, mechanical toys more often, all of these kind of examples, anecdotes. And I felt it was important for Sparrow to get the chance to figure themselves out without all of that pressure, intervention, and programming.
It seems like we should just keep the dialogue going and hopefully find some middle ground.
I have a question. Arlo, you mentioned that you don't have your child discussing pronouns or figuring out their pronouns yet.
Mhm.
And yet in school, our kids are being asked what their pronoun is. I'm confused about how that works. And then there's always this fluidity right around what pronoun you are each day. So it's constantly changing. How confusing.
I think
For
what it
kids.
is, I think what it is that I sympathize with.
Well, I mean, kids are going to experiment. That's a thing. I know a lot of kids will think that they're a certain thing, and then later on life, decide that they're another thing. It's how things are when you're growing and learning yourself, and they should be given the latitude to do that, right? To figure out for themselves who they are and how they feel inside, and asking what somebody's pronouns are isn't forcing a certain pronoun on them. It's just simply asking them how they want to be addressed.
The hurt and distress that I sense from you all. I also wouldn't want my child to learn things from their teachers at school that were topics I was uncomfortable with or I didn't know how I'd want to talk about them. Your children are going to need to know how to navigate a world in which non-binary and transgender people exist.
This is a great conversation to have at home, out of the school. This should not be part of the curriculum.
We're out of time, but
I don't think it's part of the curriculum. They're not teaching gender identity in schools. They simply ask what their pronouns are. You guys are blowing it way out of proportion.
thank everyone for your thoughts and ideas and for remaining civil about the conversation.
The dispute over gender pronouns.
I don't identify exclusively with being a man or a woman.
I use they and them as my pronouns.
You don't get your own pronouns.
You think it's a delusion.
In school, our kids are being asked what their pronoun is.
This is a war on gender.
New Dr. Phil.
Yeah. That was just some snippets of it, I guess. But as you can see, I mean, you can tell, even if you knew nothing about this subject and you only knew tone of voice and body language and so on and so forth, I mean, you can tell, like, on the looks on Matt Walsh's face and those two people's faces who were complaining about their kids being asked their pronouns, you can tell the disgust and the, like, just confusion in their brains, and then but you can see the clarity on the face of the non-binary people that were speaking as well. You can see how comfortable they are with themselves and how forward they feel about talking about this kind of thing, and how, you know, they're okay with navigating it. And I guess these other people aren't okay with navigating it because that it's not who they are, so they don't feel it's necessary. It's more of a me sort of thing. It's like, and that's the right wing, mo right there. Modus operandi is, and it's all about me, the individual. Fuck the group. Fuck everybody else. And that seems to be the modus operandi within the alt-right, the right wing, Republicans in general. It's always what am I getting out of this? Why do I have to do this? It's kind of ridiculous when all these people are trying to do is live their lives and be who they want to be. That's it. Really doesn't make much sense, does it? Well, it's the first segment. It's something that I wanted to talk about with you guys because I saw that and I was just kind of really disgusted. And Matt Walsh is a piece of shit, by the way. I'll cover him more probably as I go along on the program throughout the months and stuff like that. I'm sure stuff's gonna ramp up quite a bit for this show once the midterm elections start happening too. That's gonna be a big thing. So yeah, we're going to have a lot to talk about, guys. A lot to talk about. But yeah, Matt Walsh, I mean, he's trash. Just absolute trash. Let's see here. Oh, we want to shut that off. There we go. Oh, let's see. Oh, still waiting for people to come on the stream here. I haven't seen anybody yet. I know it's Friday night. Probably won't get a crap ton of viewers, but if anybody is out there, come on and watch. Come on and see what's going on. Let's see here. Trying to figure out what else we should do next because there were a couple of things I wanted to talk about. Yeah, we'll do this. This will be a good one. So, a teacher from Wharton was recently tweeting about her students and how privileged she could tell that they were due to the fact that they thought that Matt is trash. That's for sure. Patrick's time. That they thought that the average American makes about 6 figures a year. That's what these people were thinking, was that there was a average yearly income of 6 figures. One person thinking that the average yearly income was $800,000 for a household. $800,000. That's what that's almost $1 million. And he thinks that everybody in America, that's average for everybody in America to make. How deluded do you have to be for this to be the case? So we're going to take a look at this article here. A student from Trump's family's alma mater, of course it's Trump's family's alma mater. The average American makes $800K per year. Look at these fucking rejects right here. Oh God. Okay. The University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business, attended by former President Donald Trump and his children Ivanka Trump and Donald Trump Jr., is showing that there might be a major disconnect between the working class and what corporate America makes. Nina Strominger, professor of legal studies and business ethics at Wharton, shared an eye-opening tweet on Wednesday that gave the results of a question posed to her students. What do they think the average American worker makes per year? Matt is the best-selling LGBTQ author on Amazon. Yeah, okay. Matt's trash. He's not an LGBTQ author. He's an anti-LGBTQ author who makes no sense whatsoever. So, anyways, moving on. Are you ready for their answers? It seems shocking that 25% of them thought it was over six figures, according to Strominger's tweet. What is particularly staggering is though one of them thought it was $800K for an average salary, the professor added. Really not sure what to make of this. The real number is $45K. There is a huge difference between making $45,000 per year and jumping into $100,000 range or more. And so here we are, and how were so many of her students that off base at one of the country's most prestigious business schools? So these people who are supposed to be professional business people, who know professionally what the economy is supposed to be and what business is supposed to be, think that people in America on average make over six figures a year. I hope when they become like owners of daddy's companies and stuff that they actually reflect that in the pay for their employees. I highly doubt it though. I do highly doubt it. Patrick's time. I'll answer your questions here after I get through this article here. Strominger shares her thoughts on how this is a US-wide issue and not specific to Wharton, writing, "A lot of people want to conclude that this says something special about Wharton students. I'm not sure it does. People are notoriously bad at making this kind of estimate, thinking the gap between rich and poor is smaller than it is. But we have to look at the top undergrad feeder schools to get into Wharton too. And we are all familiar with the names. University of Pennsylvania, Harvard, Princeton, Yale, and Georgetown. And the median starting salary for a Wharton grad going into the tech industry is $140,000 per poets and quants. So you can see how their opinions are formed. So $140,000 per year is what they get into the tech industry in the opening of the tech industry. So that is ridiculous because that's about 2/3 more than an average person makes in salary. Twitter also had a few thoughts on this topic, with one social media user talking about generational privilege that begins in high school or earlier. The path to Wharton is often private prep school to good public Ivy, and on to Wharton, if not a Wharton undergrad, they wrote. Another chimed in, the fact that elite B school students are in this misinformed about their world is mind-boggling. But the real question in all of this was summed up by one account asking, what is the median income of the families of Wharton students? The answer, according to the New York Times, is $195,500. The fact that students of this type of privileged background seem more or less blind to the struggles of American working class does not bode well for who's occupying powerful positions in our society, such as President of the United States. We hope that professors like Strominger will make this more of a focus in the classroom of elite business schools going forward. Yeah, it's ridiculous. They need to know like what the gap is in this country for wages. They need to know that there are people who are trying to survive on $45,000 a year and less. You know, that's just average. So there are people who make less, but average is $45,000 a year, which is well below what the standard cost of living is in any state, let alone, you know, some of your more expensive states. So yeah, it's something that we have to look into, definitely, and something that needs to be educated to people going into these schools. No wonder that the rich in this country are so detached from reality when it comes to the economics of this country. So we're gonna end that segment there. Patrick's time. Wow, you got a lot of questions, man. First of all, I haven't even gotten to the voting rights section yet. who doesn't have voting rights. Well, do you know what gerrymandering is? Do you have any idea how that they're trying to split the maps and skew them so that Republicans can get more electoral votes? Are you aware that they're cutting black districts in half so that their votes don't matter? Are you aware that they're trying to take away mail-in voting from people who may not have the ability or the health to go to a polling place and wait in line for 5 hours? There are many, 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 many ways that voting rights are being skewed and hurt. I'm okay with voter ID. I don't even have a problem with that. Like, there's no problem with voter ID necessarily. What I have a problem with is the Republicans drawing lines on a map so that those lines favor them when that shouldn't be how they're drawn. They don't get to say who gets to vote in what district for what electoral votes. They're also telling people that they can't bring food and water to people in line when they're voting in certain states, that you can't bring refreshments to people and make sure that they're doing okay. It's ridiculous. And mail-in voting should still be a thing for 2022, by the way, because there's still a pandemic going on. Even though it's turning it into an endemic, it looks like it's going to be part of our lives for quite a while. Hopefully with less restrictions as the virus mutates. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse. But that's part of it. There are lots of things that skew voting and basically nullify the votes of the American people, of certain sects of the American people, a lot of times based on race and class. So that's who doesn't have voting rights. All right. As far as what is a woman is, again, something that I am not at liberty to define myself, because I do not identify as a woman. And this is another reason why I'm more of a gender abolitionist. I don't believe it fucking matters. If you can identify as feminine and masculine, there are certain things that appear to be feminine, all right? But that doesn't mean they necessarily belong to a woman altogether, right? Or belong to a man. You know, these traits can belong to anybody. If you feel, whether in your attraction towards somebody else, and it's not just about attraction, because there can be gay men that are very masculine, right? But that's part of it. There's so many aspects, you know, and it's more of an esoteric thing. It's like trying to ask you, it's like me asking you what is consciousness? Can you describe what consciousness is? You know, it's not something that you can necessarily put into words in a complete and total way. You know, there are aspects of it, but it's not something that you can completely put into form into words what it absolutely means, right? Because it's an esoteric, it's a internal thing. So, you know, I think that there are a lot of people who are men who probably have feminine traits but don't consider themselves a woman. But then there are people who are born biologically male that feel closer to the ideals of what a woman is in their and what their construct of a woman is in their mind, and so they identify as a woman, right? It doesn't have to do with objective facts of what a woman are. You know, that's not gender, that's sex. And that is skewed because they've come to show that over the past few years, over 10, 20 years, that biology, when it comes to biology, sex is on a bit of a spectrum itself. So it's not just male or female. There are some it's more of a curve, you know. There are some things that are closer to the middle as far as gender are concerned now, or as far as sex is concerned. So you have sex, which is mostly binary, but has some overlap. And then you have gender, which is on a complete spectrum from male to female or even outside of that. So that's my description of how things are, and an explanation. I think it's a very valid explanation as to what these things are. So I'm hoping that was clear. It probably wasn't to you. It doesn't sound like you're a big thinker. But you know, that's what it is. So oh boy. Lots of fun stuff, guys. Lots of fun stuff. Whoops. But how do you know it exists externally, right? You don't is sentience and aware is sentience awareness of internal or external existence. No, that's not correct, because you can't tell what's real outside of yourself. You can't tell if king's a title. I mean, you can identify that as that in your own world if you want. But it's not a gender. It's not, it doesn't have it, gender is tied to more than just your fanciful delusions of grandeur, you know. It's more than that. And consciousness, you can't tell whether somebody else is actually conscious themselves or not. So consciousness doesn't exist outside of ourselves. It's only inside of ourselves as far as we can tell. But it may be outside of ourselves. So we don't know. There's no boundaries to the exact idea of what consciousness is. And so therefore, the only thing that we know is I think, therefore I am. We know that we have, you don't even know if you're in your own physical body, because all of this is controlled by your mind. And so, all of the sensations, all the things you feel, all the things you see, all comes from your mind. So if your mind exists, obviously, but you don't even know if your body, if your extremities exist, right? So this goes into the transgender and non-binary as well. So they don't feel that the consciousness inside of their body, who they are, matches the preconceived notions of what's outside their body, as, you know, traditional women or men or whatnot. And oh, that's such a great argument. Boys have a penis and women have a vagina. That's okay. You know, maybe there's some archaic thinking of you know, of the way people thought traditionally, but that's not necessarily the case when it comes to gender. You may be able to pigeonhole sex into that sort of way, but even then you're doing yourself an injustice, because there's more nuance to even sex than that. All right, just being aware you exist as consciousness, that's what I just said. That's what I just said. Being aware you exist as consciousness, right? So, but you can't tell if you exist in this body or not. You can't say that for sure, because all you have is your thoughts, and all of your thoughts and your sight and your smell and all of your senses are derived from your brain. So if that's the case, if it's all derived from your brain, how are you supposed to know if your brain's telling you what you want to see? Maybe this is all just made up. Maybe it's maybe you're just computer programming, you know, and stuck in a constructed shell that, you know, appears to you to be your body, but it's not actually your body. You could be a brain in a vat somewhere. From what I can tell, you are not conscious. Well, I'm speaking. I think, therefore I am. So I know that I am conscious. Whether you believe it or not is your own fucking business, man. Like, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Awareness of internal and external existence. There's no. How do you know this is an external existence? You can't tell that for sure, right? Like, I mean, we act in our in society and in the world as if it is, but we cannot say for sure that the physical world is actually a reality or just a product of our minds, of our brains. I highly suggest that you read some philosophical theories, uh, and really think about this question, because if that's the case, then what matches us on the outside doesn't necessarily have to match us on the inside. It's just a it's a perception. That's all it is. All right. And so I, having empathy for my fellow man and feeling like that it's best to let people be known what they truly feel inside, right? Will refer to anybody with any sincerity that they are transgender or non-binary as how they want to be addressed. I know you're not sincere about identifying as a king. You're just kind of trying to use it as some fucking like tactic, you know? And king is a title that has to be given to you by somebody else, right? What are you king of? Your own castle? You could be king of your house. If you want to be king of your house, you go ahead and be king of your house. But to say you're like king of America or something, you can't say that, because you're, I mean, you can have that belief, but you're wrong. Yeah, but all of those feelings of moving your body and having a body are all perceptions of your mind, right? Like all of those electrical occurrences and consciousness that's going on in your mind is what perceives your body and what perceives your hands and what perceives the computer and the screen in front of me, right? Like there's no, they're atoms that are formed outside that I perceive through optical nerves and through sense of smell and through sense of touch, which all comes from my brain, right? So how am I supposed to be absolutely sure that what I'm perceiving outside of myself is reality? I can't be. The only thing I can do is act upon what my senses tell me. That's what we have to perceive, is what our senses tell us. So that's how I go through the world. And I use my conscious effort of empathy to interact with others who seem to be conscious, in order to identify them how they want to be identified and treat them how they want to be treated, unless I consider them a threat to me or the axioms in which I believe, right? So that's why I treat transgender people and people who are non-binary and even people with xenogenders how they want to be treated. Man, you're a troll, aren't you? You don't even have a good argument whatsoever. No good argument whatsoever. You're just in my chat trying to be a troll. That's cool. If you had any argument that was worth me further talking to you about, I would do so, but as of right now, I'm not seeing one. I already got my booster, dude. Oh, you're a fucking anti-vaxxer too? God damn. You're a real peach. So absolutely oblivious to philosophical thought whatsoever is what this guy is. So we're gonna move on. So many of you may have heard of Jamaal Bowman. Jamaal Bowman is a U.S. representative and a Democrat from New York. And he was arrested today. not for being a like commie spy or anything like that, like a lot of the right would have you believe, or corruption like the right would have you believe. He's not part of the deep state. No. He was arrested amid a voting rights protest, and he said he'd do it again. This actually happened. A U.S. representative, a sitting U.S. representative in Congress, was arrested for joining people fighting for voting rights. Peacefully, by the way. So, the story reads, Representative Jamaal Bowman, who was arrested on Thursday while participating in a voting rights protest near the Capitol, said he would do it again and again and again. Yesterday, I was arrested alongside over 20 people, including youth hunger striking for our democracy, and I would do it again and again and again. I will keep doing everything in my power to bring attention to the crisis we are in and ensure our democracy functions in a manner that represents the people, Bowman said in a statement on Friday. Voting rights are on the line, along with everything else we stand for. Bowman said that the House did its part to pass voting rights legislation last week. He called all 50 Senate Republicans and 2 moderate Democrat holdouts who voted against changing filibuster rules for the voting rights legislation a direct threat to our democracy. And he's right. And claimed they were standing in the way of progress. Pointing to the generations of Black Americans who came before him, including leaders like Representative John Lewis and Claudette Colvin, and their political activism, Bowman said that without them, there is no me, the first Black congressperson to represent my district in American history. He was elected in 2020, I believe, and he's still the first person in a Black person in his district. That's ridiculous. So one thing must be made clear. I will not stand by and I will not stay quiet while the fate of democracy continues to hang loosely by a thread that the Senate is hell-bent on tearing apart, Bowman warned. The comments come one day after Bowman was arrested near the Capitol while participating in a voting rights protest. Bowman's office said that he had been arrested along with other protesters by Capitol Police, though police would not confirm to The Hill in a statement if the lawmaker was among those arrested. The protest followed a stinging defeat for Senate Democrats after all 50 Senate Republicans and 2 Democrats, of course, Senator Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, voted against changing the 60-vote filibuster rule for Democrats' voting rights legislation. The filibuster is considered a roadblock for Democrats who are seeking to pass their priorities in an evenly divided Senate. Jesus. So yeah, he was basically arrested for peacefully protesting with his constituents outside of the Capitol building. Outside of the Capitol building, Patrick's time, not storming the Capitol. God damn. He did it the right way. He didn't fucking bust into the building which represents the pinnacle of our democracy. Let's see here. We got a couple of tweets to look at on top of that. So, as Jamaal Bowman, New York, engages and thanks a group of us fighting for voting rights outside the Capitol, Capitol Police cuff him and put him under arrest with the group. Thanks for always standing with the people. So, he wasn't even with the protest per se. He wasn't out there he was telling them, he was standing with them and thanking them for fighting for what he's been fighting for inside the chambers the whole time, right? And so we see Jamaal Bowman's tweet here. Our democracy is on the line, and the Senate must act and pass voting rights immediately. We're outside the Senate steps sounding the alarm. See, he's like, what is wrong with this? They're not in the street. They're not doing anything wrong. They're simply standing there trying to voice their opposition to the blockage of voting rights in this country. And, you know, Trish Lindsay Jaggers here says, the police arrested Jamaal for peacefully protesting, yet those who stormed the Capitol walked away that day. I see which side of history our government is coming down on, and I don't like it. And democracy in peril. So, yeah. And then we'll look at the U.S. Capitol's one just for good measure, because we don't want to, you know, be accused of not hearing their side of things. Just before 12 noon, demonstrators started blocking one side of the north barricade outside the U.S. Capitol. Did you see that picture? Hold on. Let's reopen that. Hold on. Reopen close tab. There we go. What are they blocking? There's plenty of room to walk up the steps. There's not even a barricade. Like, there's a barricade right here that closes it off. So who's walking through here anyways? Right? It's absolutely ridiculous. The big lies that Sleepy Joe won. No, okay. I'm not a big fan of Biden myself. I think he's done a shit job of doing any good legislation for the things that he said he was going to do. He's not he's a shill, just like Manchin and Sinema are. But he won the election fair and square because Donald Trump is a fucking fascist. All right, absolute hands down fascist. And he deserves to be in jail, is what he deserves to be. He's fucking ruined this country. So yeah, doesn't look like he's doing much there as far as blocking anything. So, as I was saying, the U.S. Capitol Police, just before 12 noon, demonstrators started blocking one side of the North Barricade outside the Capitol. False. We have already issued them 3 warnings. The demonstrators refused to move out of the driveway, so we're making arrests. They're not in the driveway. They weren't in the driveway. It's absolutely ridiculous. Completely stupid. So yeah, these are the things that are going on in our country right now. The fact that Jamaal Bowman, a representative in Congress, gets arrested for standing outside of the Capitol building where he works, talking to protesters, is completely ridiculous. So we definitely need to continue fightings and blocking everything that the Republicans are trying to take away votes from your average citizen, from the lower class, from people of color, and things like that. Okay, off time. What's your definition of a fascist? Well, I can give you an absolute definition, right here. Absolutely. Okay. Let's take a look, shall we? Hmm. 14 defining characteristics of fascism. This will be fun. Get ready to get educated, fools. I'm about to explain what he did in office that was fascist. I will go straight through and show you. He's definitely a fascist. Fascist regimes make constant use of patriotic mottos, slogans, symbols, songs, and flags. So, okay, let's see here. I simply remember him hugging the flag, the whole MAGA thing, Make America Great Again. you know, all of that stuff constantly being put on display. Now this is just this alone doesn't make you fascist right here, right? Lots of people use slogans and things like that. You know what? I Googled it because I know of these 14 rules, but I don't know them by heart. So I figured that I would show you. And so that you could learn as well off time. Let's see here. So yeah, he does use all of these things. All of this propaganda here. 2, disregard for human rights. Human rights can be ignored because of fear of enemies and the need for security. As a result, people tend to look the other way, approve of torture, approve of long incarcerations of prisoners, approve of executions and assassinations. This is definitely something Trump did. He has a disregard for human rights because he wanted to get rid of all of the Muslims in the country. He wanted to push all immigrants out of the country. He did lock people up in cages and take away their rights and separate them from their children and basically torture them. So all of these things were things that he did to people who he considered enemies of the country, right? He fucked things up with farmers with his taking away of the deal with Syria and Iran. He's a piece of shit. All right. So number 3. So far, he fits into all of these categories here. What do you say off time? Nationalism is love and devotion to one's nation. No, that's not. It's blind love and devotion to one's country. If you actually love something, you're able to criticize it, right? That's patriotism, right? So patriotism, for instance, is loving your country and wanting it to do the best it possibly can. And so I'm patriotic because I want my country to do the best it possibly can, but I am not a nationalist because nationalists are blind to any flaws that their country has, right? They believe that they're right, that might makes right, they're right no matter what. And that's just not the case. So number 3, identification of enemies using a unifying cause. People are rallied into a unifying patriotic frenzy over the need to eliminate a perceived common enemy. The Democrats, socialists, oh my gosh, they're the enemy. Let's kill them. Immigrants, they're evil. They're what about the shithole countries? All of this stuff, racial, ethnic, and religious minorities, liberals. Yeah, so there we go again. Oh, we're all communists and socialists and terrorists. Yeah, he says all of these things off time. He says all of these things. He's used all of these. This is fascism. He's hit all 3 so far. All 3. All right. Supremacy of the military. The military is given a disproportionate amount of government funding. Soldiers in military service are glamorized. He did this too. He wanted to do a military style parade like they do in North Korea on fucking July 4th down fucking the in front of the White House and in front of the Capitol building. He's got delusions of grandeur as far as being in control of the military industrial complex of the United States. And he threatens military force against countries when they disagree with him in the slightest. These are all things that he's done. All right. So number 5, he's hit all of these so far, by the way. You can't even spell white supremacists off time. White supremists. God, man. Number 5, widespread sexism. Oh, this falls right in Trump's category. The government tends to be almost exclusively male dominated. He did this. He downplayed the role of women, and he would talk shit about Nancy Pelosi and talk shit, which, I mean, there's valid reasons, don't get me wrong, to talk shit about Nancy Pelosi, but he would specifically do it because she's a woman. He did this to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. He would call women like names, like sexist names. and things like that. Traditional gender roles are made more rigid. He stopped transgender people being in the military, so he had done this kind of thing as well. There's an attack on abortion in this country and homosexuality. This is all Trump's doing. All right, that's 5. He's hit 5 so far. Oh my God, let's see if he hits over half, huh? Controlled mass media. The media is directly or indirectly controlled by the government. This is very, very true. This is very true. He's controlled the media, and when they don't agree with him, he makes his own media. The OAN and things like that have gotten big since bigger and bigger and bigger. You got Alex Jones. These people who have no culpability whatsoever. They have no thoughts on or no facts in their repertoire whatsoever. Biden threatened Russia. Do you realize Russia threatens us every chance they get? Like, seriously. Russia's kind of a bad example, and every president does not fall into every single one of these categories. I didn't see Obama particularly being sexist or homophobic in general. I didn't see him do any of that. Now, a lot of presidents do fall into a lot of these categories, but not all of them by any means. And so far, Trump's hit 6. He's hit 6. So, number 7, obsession with national security. Fear is used as a motivational tool by the government over the masses. What about the caravans? The caravans that are coming into the country, and he made immigrants that were running for their lives, running from terror in their own countries, running from cartels that we helped create, by the way, that America helped create, labeled them as thieves and murderers and things like that, and that they were basically coming to invade the country, right? And so, yes, those are definitely things that Trump has used. The build the wall thing, the ban on Muslims, all of that stuff that he's done. Trump wasn't banned he was banned from Twitter because Twitter's got strict rules about that sort of thing. I'm talking about mass media as far as your Fox News and your OAN, and he even dominated left wing, or what's considered left wing mainstream media such as MSNBC and CNN. They just talked about him and didn't give enough attention to other candidates who would have been much better for this country. So yeah, he falls under number 7 too. Number 8, religion and government are intertwined. Now, even though we all know that Trump could give a shit less about religion, give a shit less about it. He's not a religious person. He doesn't follow religious doctrine. He has not a religious bone in his body, but he certainly used it as a tool, didn't he? He, the pictures of him holding up the Bible in front of the fucking church near the White House after he had the like protesters and media like punched in the face and taken out, like independent media punched in the face and taken out and stuff like that. He did all of this. Religious messages and terminology are common for government leaders. He uses this all the time. Number 9, corporate power is protected. Okay, so open borders during what you call a pandemic, brilliant. No, it had nothing to do with this. Was before the pandemic, man. Don't fucking try to make it look like he wasn't fucking xenophobic before the pandemic. He didn't give a shit about that. He didn't care. It was just no, Trump didn't censor MSNBC. He dominated it. There's more than one way to push your narrative, like almost exclusively on certain stations and certain platforms, and that's what he did. So, yeah, the pandemic, still, even when there's a pandemic, it doesn't mean that we can't do immigration, especially from countries that are bordered with us. You know, there's no reason that we shouldn't be able to do that. Especially some of these countries had less of a COVID problem than we did. So they were running from being killed for other things, like by cartels and horrible government and the forest fires that were started in the Amazon and things like that. It's ridiculous that you would even consider that the open borders, or that it had anything to do with COVID whatsoever. So number 9, corporate power is protected. Oh, this is a big one. This is a real big one. Now, I will completely admit that most presidents do this. Most of them do. Mutually beneficial business-government relationships. Our government is bought and paid for mostly by Republicans, but by a lot of Democrats too. He lowered taxes on the rich. Did you know that during Trump's presidency was the first time that rich people were being taxed at a rate that was lower than the middle class? They were paying less in taxes than the middle class, when they should be paying a lot more because of the amount of money that they hoard. It says Mussolini, fascism should more properly be called corporatism because it is the merger of state and corporate power. That's pretty much what we have right now, and even more so over Trump. So this is something that's definitely so he's hit 9 so far. 9. He's hit 9. What, Mussolini wasn't a fascist? He's the one who said this. This is straight out of the fascist playbook. False narrative. You guys have these buzzwords that you use whenever you don't have an argument for something. False narrative. This was a psyop. It was blah blah blah. You know, like it's crap. Like, come up with some argument. Show me some actual facts that support your conclusions. Right? You have no critical thinking skills whatsoever. Number 10, labor power is suppressed. Oh, look at how many unions were pushed down and forced down under Trump's power, under Trump's lead. You see that wages were stopped from increasing. Like, they couldn't get a $15 minimum wage. We still can't, because the government's still fascist in many ways, especially the Republican wing of the government, but all of the corporate people in the government, including Biden, including Pelosi, including all of those corporate Democrats, as well as all of the Republican Party. So we're outnumbered because of that. Why do you keep bringing Biden up? I keep saying that he's a piece of shit too. Like, I'm not a big fan of Biden. I think he's better than Trump by, far enough to where I wouldn't have, where I felt it was necessary to vote for him, but I would not. I don't think that he's doing a good job. So, and he didn't get more money from big business than Trump. Trump, man, you're delusional if you think that. He did get a lot of money from big business, but not more than Trump. Number 11, disrespect for intellectuals in the arts. So this happens quite a bit. Open hostility towards higher education. You see this in the Republican Party quite a bit. They don't want to fund public schooling. They don't want the working class to educate themselves, and so they do whatever they can to stop that from happening and to take money away from schools. Because Michael, the reason that I'm focusing on Trump is because the chatter brought him up, not because he said what makes Trump a fascist, and what do you define as fascist, and so I fucking am answering. That's why I brought it up. I didn't even bring this. This was not something I was going to cover on my stream today. So, but I'm not going to shy away from somebody who's making stupid points. Number 11, disrespect for intellectuals in the arts. Open hostility towards higher education. We already said that was a thing. We saw this was a thing. Professors and other academics are censored or even arrested. This whole thing about CRT, critical race theory, and which they say is being taught in schools, was just a waste to make it so that they could stop teaching things like the "I Have a Dream" speech, even by Martin Luther King, so that they could stop saying that slavery was a bad thing. There are actually schools out there that are trying to get it make it so that teachers can't teach about slavery in this country. It's ridiculous. And all of that, a lot of that rhetoric comes from Trump's campaign and his wing of the party, right? So it's not just him, but it is his party, and he has had rhetoric on this as well. Free expression in the arts and writing is openly attacked. You can see this in the right. You're right, facts matter, and you haven't brought up one fact. Off time, you haven't said one thing that's factual. You haven't come up with an argument at all. So then free expression in the arts and writing is openly attacked. Okay, so like they talk about this all the time. Oh, the transgender agenda is taking over kids' cartoons and Mr. Potato Head and so on and so forth, and we're making this country heathenistic, and it's ridiculous. It's just boogeymen is all it is. Yeah, role-playing game books are removing all reference to slavery. I think it's some weird agenda to cover it up. I wouldn't be surprised. It seems like that there's a lot of that going on in schools. Like school boards, like meetings are crazy right now. If you want to get entertained, go to a school board meeting in a right-wing area, especially one that may have some transgender or gay students. It's ridiculous. I've seen kids made to cry because they were told that they weren't natural for being trans or for being gay. See here. In Germany in 1937, there was a traveling exhibit of degenerate art intended to drum up public disdain for modern styles. Pieces were hung willy-nilly in poorly lit rooms with mocking graffiti all over the walls. So yeah, this is just like, it's a way to demonize anything in art that anything in art that doesn't agree with their agenda, right? So that's let's see, 11 here. Well, let's see here. This falls into every category so far. Okay, so obsession with crime and punishment. Oh, this was a big one. Trump was all about being tough on crime and like taking out the terrorist BLMs and Antifas, and it's funny, like people are like, oh, Antifa's so horrible. They're literally anti-fascist. That's what they stand for, is anti-fascism. So it's when he talks about Antifa, he's talking about getting rid of anti-fascists. That's all it is. Local police are given almost limitless power to enforce laws. This happened during the BLM riots. You saw this. People are often willing to overlook police abuses in the name of patriotism. This happened quite a bit. This is changing now, thank God, because of the BLM protests. But you saw cops getting away with murder, literally, all the time. Often a national police force with virtually unlimited power. We didn't get this far, thank God. But he did invoke the National Guard quite a bit. Off time. Wall Street is shunning Trump. Campaign donations to Biden are 5 times larger. I'll look it up, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. And if they are 5 times larger, it doesn't necessarily mean they were all corporate donors. And who donated is also a big indicator there as well, as to the corruption. I mean, if there's some campaigns for like green energy or something like that, I'm not going to fault him for that, because it's something we need in this country. Unless you're a climate denier too, off time, which you probably are. Climate change denier. You probably believe that's all false. So 13, rampant cronyism and corruption. We found this during the Mueller report. All of these people surrounding Trump were indicted and convicted of corruption. that were all in his immediate vicinity. Not only that, but the Epstein case, which was a friend of his and that he spoke very highly of until the day he was arrested, right? All of that. Then we also see, let's see here, officials use governmental power and authority to protect their friends from accountability. Oh, what about the pardon power? Well, look what he did with all the pardons that he did, you know? With Trump fared better with manual laborers, with 84% of donors who reported being ranchers and 75% construction workers giving to him. What? No, I don't buy that. And if it, and you know, and things with that is like a lot to do with his rhetoric. There are a lot of people out there who he snowed, for sure. Climate change is by definition. I knew it. So you don't think it's man-made? You don't think it's that the climate change that we're going through right now has anything to do with our use of fossil fuels? Is what I'm saying. If you don't think that's the case, then you're sadly mistaken and delusional. Robert Mueller was Bush coordinator. Bush is a Republican. You guys make no sense, man. I'm telling you. So there, 13. He hit 13. This one's a big one for Trump, right? Not a lot of U.S. presidents go giving fucking pardons to absolute criminals. Number 14, fraudulent elections. Huh. It sounds familiar. Elections are often a complete sham. He tried to make it a complete sham. Elections may be manipulated by smear campaigns. Oh, this is a fake election. Biden didn't win a free and fair election. Blah, blah, blah. Campaign, like, fucking voting machines, blah, blah, blah. All of that stuff, man. Like, he tried to steal the election by saying it was stolen, is what he tried to do. Manipulation of media to control elections. He's done this. You know, he's gone on to several programs and used Fox News. Fox News has fucking and OAN have lawsuits against them for billions of dollars because of their willingness to carry on Trump's big lie, right? And the occasional assassination of opposition candidates. This has happened, thank God. But yeah. So as you can see, to your former question there, off time, that Trump, that this is what fascism is, and that Trump hits every facet of it, everything. So to say that he's not a fascist, or you know, it fits perfectly with everything that he says. Biden says 2022 will be illegitimate. No, he doesn't. You're just making shit up, man. He's never said that. He's never said that the 2022 election will be illegitimate. You're just mad because your dear leader is an out and out liar, and a con artist. He's literally a con artist. He's not a good businessman. He's definitely not a good president, and he's a fucking fascist. That's just the way it is. OAN was removed from DirecTV. Good, because they're fucking, like, they're state media. Is what they are. They're fucking fascists. And they're not blocked from, they're not being arrested or anything like that. That doesn't happen in our country. They have a right to have their website or to broadcast themselves. It's not like they're being fucking put into Guantanamo or anything like that. It's absolutely ridiculous that people seem to think that just because you get kicked off a platform that it's the end of free speech, or that it's a you know, some sort of like conspiracy deep state thing. It's absolutely ridiculous. So Now that I've thoroughly described and said what the characteristics of a fascist are, and thoroughly shown that Trump falls under each one of those, we're going to move on to the stuff that I actually wanted to talk about on here. Let's see here. It's all theater. Didn't Biden say during his latest 2-hour meltdown yesterday that 2022 would be illegitimate? You know what? Okay, so here's what he said was that we have to make sure that voting rights go into effect so that the Republicans can't use gerrymandering to effectively destroy any way of a free and fair election. There's a difference, because with the gerrymandering, with what the Republicans are trying to do state by state by skewing the maps and drawing different lines on the map so it splits up the Democratic vote, which is what they're doing. Like you can see it's in court cases right now. They're trying to do this blatantly. Because of that, there is proof that the election is trying to be skewed by the Republicans. All right, there's proof. With Trump, there was no proof, none whatsoever, that he stole the election in any sort of, or that Biden stole the election in any sort of way. Because they would also say, they also said, okay, well, so Biden won in this state, but we're not going to get rid of anybody else in the election, right? We're not going to get any, all of those were legitimate. All the people, all the Republicans in this state that got voted for, that's legitimate, but the presidential one isn't. So yeah, there's definite proof that Republicans are trying to skew the election this year by redrawing the election maps. This is something that was done, that is being done, and that is being fought in courts, which is why we need the Voting Rights Act. That the Voting Rights Act, if you guys pay attention, the Voting Rights Act, both of the Voting Rights Acts that we were trying to pass, which got blocked because of the filibuster, which isn't even the filibuster that we had in the beginning. It's a completely different kind of filibuster. It's an easy, lazy ass filibuster. But the Voting Rights Acts would have stopped gerrymandering and people from being able to redistrict things in the favor of one party or another. All right. And that's for both sides. Neither side would be able to do it. There would be an outside party, like an outside source, that would draw the maps. And that's what needs to be done. And I have no problem with IDs being a thing at elections. That's not a problem. But I do think mail-in voting should be a thing for those people who can't leave their house, or who are elderly, or can't wait in line for 6 hours at a time, who may be disabled, things like that. That would make 2020 illegitimate since we didn't have it. Didn't have what? Didn't have what? That doesn't make any sense. The Republicans have been changing the maps more and more over a period of decades now. That's what they do. They're constantly trying to redraw the maps so that they can win. And it's gonna end soon, because eventually, like, the people who are on the left in this country are going to be so overwhelming in number that they're not going to be able to draw the maps that way anymore. So it's only a matter of time before this fascist regime is finally taken out. It's only a matter of time before the citizens finally have a say in this country. The majority of citizens in this country have a say. So yeah, that's what I said. The election maps get redrawn all the time. But here's the difference: the lawsuits do follow, but this is being shot down in certain places. It's being shown to be gratuitously in the direction towards Republicans. Like it's skewed greatly towards Republicans. That's the only reason they're trying to change the map. It's cheating. It's cheating. All right. Mail-in voting will not create voter fraud. We've been doing mail-in voting for long periods of time. We've done it for a long time. Like, there have been several, like, mail-in voting has been a thing for a very, very long time. All right. Just because it was used during a pandemic more frequently, and it doesn't mean that it hasn't been a thing. And it's been shown, it's been proven that there was no voter fraud. There was over 60 cases that were litigated about the election, and not one of them said that they found any instances of voter fraud, except for one. And I think that he was a guy who voted for Trump as his dead mother. So the only one that had any voter fraud was somebody trying to vote for Trump. So anyways, totally ridiculous. It's funny how I hear the same regurgitated talking points. It's like you guys are fucking zombies sometimes. You know, you just like listen to your Fox News and soak it all up, and it just like, you know, re-spit it back out. It's you gotta learn to think for yourselves. Absentee voting and mail-in voting are basically the same exact fucking thing. The only difference was that mail-in voting happened during the pandemic, so that people didn't have to stand in lines and get COVID from each other. God. Okay, I'm going to show you something. Okay, I can't. Let's see here. Won't show me that one. It's a paywall. Absentee voting allows you to vote by mail. That's all it is. Absentee voting is allowing you to vote by mail. Though every state has absentee voting, rules on who can take part vary. So it varies from state to state who can take part in it, but it's still mail-in voting. That's all it is. That's all absentee voting is. It's the exact same thing. And this is from USA.gov, my friend. Here, I'll show you. Look, right here. Absentee voting allows you to vote by mail. Right there. That's what it says. No, I'm talking about people who, so people didn't want to wait in line because of the pandemic, which is why mail-in voting, absentee voting was so popular during the 2020 election, because there was a pandemic and people didn't want to get sick waiting in line. You got to be fucking kidding me. So you're saying the only reason is that you have to request a ballot? Not everybody was sent a ballot to their house, all right? I wasn't sent a ballot. Not everybody was just sent a ballot. You can request them through... That's what you had to do for this too. You know? The only people that were sent absentee ballots were people who voted that way before. That's it. So that makes no sense whatsoever. So ridiculous, man. I don't get how you guys can even think that's the case whatsoever. Jesus. So what else was I going to talk about? I'm running out of time arguing with you fools. Let's see, 901. Okay. So we're going to cover the voting rights stuff real quick. So that maybe you guys can learn a little bit of something about how democracy works in this country. So voting rights has basically been crushed by 2 corporate Democrats and a bunch of fascist Republicans. And so we're going to go over exactly what this means for our society as a whole. Right. Senator Manchin, Sinema, filibuster voting rights. Darcy cartoon. So here's the cartoon. That's kind of cool. Thursday in the U.S. Senate, Democrat Senators Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema joined Republicans in voting down a one-time only single-issue carve-out of the filibuster rule to pass the new Voting Rights Act, sending the act to defeat. Here's a quote from Martin Luther King Jr. on July 5th, 1963. Do you disagree with Martin Luther King off time? Do you think he was a bad guy? Do you think he was a bad guy? Seems like that's something you would think. So Martin Luther King said, "I think the tragedy is when we have a Congress with a Senate that has a minority of misguided senators who will use the filibuster to keep the majority of people from even voting." So that's what it does. I don't think so. I don't think democracy is mob rule. I think that mob rule is when a minority tries to steal the election by rushing the Capitol and breaking a bunch of windows and threatening members of our political bodies. That's what I think. We had more votes than ever. I think everybody had more votes than ever. It was one of the largest turnouts of any election. So that doesn't mean anything. And people's right to vote has been restricted. That's what this whole thing is about here. Okay? No, Republicans can't win without cheating. That's what it is. You say Democrats can't win without cheating. This is what Trump's whole thing about. So do you agree with this statement by MLK? You're saying government killed MLK. So yeah, they probably did, to be honest, because most of the government are corporate stooges, right? So, but do you agree with this? This right here? That you think the tragedy is that we have a Congress with a Senate that is a minority of misguided senators who will use the filibuster to keep the majority of people from even voting? This is something he said, so MLK would have been. Would you just answer the question? You can't. You're avoiding the question. MLK would have been canceled by Me Too movement. Okay. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. You must have been watching Steven Crowder lately and his racist ass. Let's see here. The Voting Rights Act was a combination of the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. It would have restored parts of the original 1965 Voting Rights Act that were gutted by the U.S. Supreme Court. The new act's principal function was to establish national standards for voter access and registration to safeguard against voter restriction and suppression laws now being passed in the red states. The defeat will open the door to more voter restriction laws being passed in more red states, including Ohio. The defeated act had the partisan support of majority of Americans. So most Americans want this thing, right? So if most of Americans want it, isn't it something that we should have passed instead of blocking it because these stooges in government are having their pockets fucking fattened by corporate interests? It's ridiculous. I love MLK, but so why are you trying to demean the man? And do you think? And that's not the question I asked. If you loved him, well, that was originally the question I asked. But I also said, do you believe this quote that he said right here is what I was talking about? So, anyways. During President Biden's marathon press conference, Senator Joe Manchin gave a speech on the Senate floor against the temporary change of the filibuster rule to allow the Voting Rights Act to pass by a simple majority, not 60 votes. And that's ridiculous. Why does it shouldn't have to be 60 votes. Wouldn't you say anything that has to have 60 votes to be voted on would be mob rule off time? Why not just 51 or 50 votes? You know, that's not a mob. That's half of the country. The United States has never been able to end debate with a simple majority. Manchin's sign was a blatant, bold-faced lie. Since its inception, there has been a carve-out of the filibuster at least 160 times to allow measures to pass by a simple majority. More recent examples were Republicans led by Senator Mitch McConnell passing the Trump tax cut and confirming his Supreme Court nominees by changing laws in the filibuster. They did this not even 4 years ago. Not even 4 years ago. This would secure the election, by the way. It would make sure that the election was secure. If you don't support the Patriot Act is fascist, man. It's authoritarian in nature. The filibuster is not the U.S. Constitution. It originated in 1805 after an offhanded comment by the Vice President Aaron Burr that the Senate should just eliminate a rule that automatically cut off floor debate. Burr would also go down in history for killing Alexander Hamilton in a duel. President Biden and Senate Democrat leadership had bent over backwards to try to accommodate and win over Sinema and Manchin. Manchin was allowed to help write the new version of the Voting Rights Act, contending he would be able to get Republican support for it. It was all political theater. He wasn't ever going to vote for this stuff. He doesn't want to vote for it. He likes things how they're going because he's making the most money that way. How is securing voting rights off time? How is that mob rule then? If mob rule is the majority voting the rights away from the minority, how is voting rights or ending or changing the filibuster for this one thing? How is that mob rule then? Because it's not taking away the rights of anybody; it's giving rights to people. That's completely illogical to think that way. But it's called the Patriot Act. No, it's not called the Patriot Act. It's a Voting Rights Act. What are you talking about? The Patriot Act has been a thing for. That was a Bush era thing. I thought you said you hated Bush. Jesus Christ, get your shit straight. While many Democrats wanted to eliminate the filibuster completely, First Democrats only proposed to reform it, reverting the filibuster back to its original form, the talking filibuster, which is what it originally was, seen in the 1939 Jimmy Stewart movie, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Then they scaled back that reform further, making it just temporary for the Voting Rights Act. Then reverting back to the current silent filibuster form. Still, Sinema and Manchin rejected the change because they're bought and paid for. That's why. How could something called the Patriot Act not be patriotic? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you believe that if you put a label on something and it automatically makes it that thing? Are you really that deluded to think that just because something's called the Patriot Act, it's patriotic? Oh my God. Think about use some critical thinking, my friend. That's all I got to say. Had both Sinema and Manchin voted yes, both the filibuster carve-out and the Voting Rights Act would have passed. It was a dark day in U.S. history when Senator Sinema and Manchin ultimately voted for the filibuster over democracy. Martin Luther King had a dream. Democrats had a DOA voting rights bill. Voters had a Sinema Manchin nightmare. So these guys, these fake Democrats. Well, I mean, there's a lot of fake Democrats, but these guys are the figureheads which others are hiding behind. Because I don't even think really that Biden gives a shit about voting rights. Really, I mean, even though he's putting that in his agenda, he doesn't fight for anything, and he's just okay with these people just ruining his agenda. He's, making himself look like a weak person. And I know he's trying to be the antithesis to Donald Trump, but one thing Donald Trump was good at was stirring things up and drawing attention to things. That's one thing he was good at, and that's something we could learn from him, even though he was doing it for evil fucking reasons. You know. So on the bright side, though, it does look like top donors are threatening to cut off funding to Sinema. And now that she's voted the way that she has, it does appear that she's going to lose funding. There was also a article that I had read that said that she was thinking about running for president. Oh my God, that would be the worst. And there's no way, and nobody likes her. There's no way in hell she would win. So it's, but she's so alienated right now. Like, everybody hates her. So like, these corporate donors and lobbyists are all in her ear, filling her with bullshit. And eventually she just believes it all. And now she thinks she can be president. It's absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, that's all we're gonna say about that right now, as far as the voting rights and everything. Michael says you can call the Patriot Act whatever you want, but it is not patriotic. It was against human rights. You're absolutely right. It was a way to, like, basically spy on American citizens. Voting rights law has nothing to do with voting rights? How? How does it not have to do with voting rights? I just explained that. Oh my God, just the sheer ignorance of Republicans sometimes just blows my mind. It's critical thinking, man. Have you read the Voting Rights Act? I'm not going to go through it on stream, but I highly suggest that you read into it. Yeah. It was supposed to ensure that they can vote, which you're right. They already have the right, but some people can't leave their house or get back to the U.S. while abroad. True, Michael. And not only that, but they were like I said, redistricting and redrawing and gerrymandering the maps so that it would cut Democratic votes in half, simply just so that the Republican Party would win the state through electoral votes, even though they lost majorly in the popular vote, which is ridiculous. It's a way to steal away democracy from the people, is what it is. All right. I thought you just said the Patriot Act was patriotic. So you're saying Biden's patriotic? Is that what you're saying? Because you said Biden DOJ wants to use the Patriot Act on American citizens, right? I mean, wouldn't that make Biden patriotic? See, you've got like two separate lanes in your brain, and like it makes no sense. You guys, it's cognitive dissonance is what they call it. It's where you hold two different beliefs in your head at the same time, and try to reconcile them with each other when they're irreconcilable. Democrats are that lazy that they can't stand in line. No, some people are disabled, man, and they can't stand in line to vote. And why would they try to make it illegal in these states for people to bring food and water to people who are standing in line? Why do they make that illegal too? That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's not a lazy thing. Everybody should have the right to vote. And especially when they're getting rid of voting stations. Some people don't have the ability to get to a voting station that's 20 miles away from them because the Republicans shut down most of the voting stations in the area. It's ridiculous. You can't. You're falling for it, man. You're falling for it, hook, line, and sinker. And I feel sorry for you. But moving on, I wanted to talk about. This is a ridiculously funny video here that I found, or that I saw online. Somebody else was talking about. So I thought I would give my 2 cents on it as well. Let's see here. There we go. We're going to speed this video up a little bit too because it's long and I don't want to cover the whole thing or sit here for too long and cover the whole thing. Let's see here. So, this is Mr. John Doyle here. Okay. I'm going to answer your question real quick, and then I'm going to move on with my segment because you're obviously completely ridiculous and can't take a point. What I had already explained that. So you say I was making the point that the Patriot Act is not patriotic, just like the voting rights bill has nothing to do with voting rights. But you're wrong, because the Patriot Act was called the Patriot Act so that they could snow people into allowing the government to use surveillance tactics on United States citizens, lessening their freedoms, right? What the voting rights bill does is it makes it so that that people can more freely vote in this country. Every legal citizen can legally vote in this country, and it makes it easier for them to do so. That's all it does. It's not taking away anybody else's rights. It's just making it simply easier for people to vote who have a hard time getting out and who may be like invalid or poor and can't afford a way to get there. It also stops people from diluting the votes of a community by splitting that community in half by redistricting is what it does. So these two things are not comparable. Your logical, like it's some kind of straw man. It's whataboutism is what you're using right now, and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. They're two totally different things. Anyways, as I was saying, this guy right here is John Doyle, and he's a fascist. He's actually, so he's self-proclaimed. He's a white nationalist, a fascist. He's a chauvinist. No. Okay, I'm gonna ignore it. And he likes to make these funny little videos here that make him look like a complete moron. So I'm going to cover this one. This particular one is why Beauty and the Beast is implicitly right wing. All right. So let's get into it.
At some point or another, you've probably seen the popular animated Disney film Beauty and the Beast, which was released about 30 years ago to tremendous praise from critics and audiences alike. And I'm not going to waste your time with a summary of the film because you've probably already seen it by now. And if not, you're definitely going to want to watch it after we get done, because I am going to provide to you today a proper understanding of that story. And the first thing to kind of keep in mind before we get started is that how much time we spend with each of the characters, which perspectives we see them from, what we see them doing, what we don't see them doing, all of these things affect our perception of the story, who we sympathize with, who we're rooting for, etc. And Beauty and the Beast utilizes this quite well in order to push a radically feminist and destructive agenda that attacks masculinity.
But I thought it was implicitly right wing, right? He's just saying that the movie was made to promote an agenda of the left, right? Like that's pretty much what he's saying there. But he says it's implicitly a right wing. It doesn't make any sense.
It attacks order, civilized society, strength, among many other things. There really just are so many important themes in this film that we have to discuss. And I get to do my favorite thing ever, which is overanalyze something in a way that is in accordance with my worldview. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Do stay tuned.
John Doyle in. Heck off, commie.
Heck off, commie.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Heck Off Commie. This will be the final video of the year, so Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you all. My birthday's on the 22nd, so remember, you have to be nice to me, but we've got big plans.
No, I don't. I don't have to be nice to you at all. What the fuck is up with his hair? What the fuck is this shit? He's got like devil horns and shit.
In store for 2022, but I figured that this would be a good note to end the year on because it does outline a very practical political ideology for us going forward, which of course is neo-Gastonism. And that's why it's been my Instagram bio for the last few months, and people are Googling it like, what's a neo-Gastonist? Well, it's you, after you watch the video at least. So the background of this is, I think it was last spring around Easter, I was with a young lady, and she wanted to watch a Disney movie, and so I'm like, all right, we'll pick one, we can watch it. So she's scrolling, and she's like, well, how about Beauty and the Beast? And, I'd seen this a couple times back in my youth, and so I liked it well enough, and so I was like, yeah, that's fine. So
I don't know what he means by young lady here. I don't know if he's talking about a date or like somebody let their daughter around you. Ugh.
we're watching it. And then about 5 minutes into the film, the purported villain of the film appears on screen, Gaston. And keep in mind, I'm like tired, I'm falling asleep. I don't really even want to be watching this movie, so, But Gaston comes on screen and he immediately takes Belle's book from her and tells her that women shouldn't be reading books because then they might get ideas in their head. That woke me. I was like, for the rest of the movie, on the edge of my seat, just in awe, watching how base Gaston is and how
So he thinks Gaston is based for saying that women should not read books, that women should like not learn things, should not have their own personality. I mean,
implicitly right-wing this whole story is. And this girl, she had to witness the most eccentric, not autistic, eccentric behavior that she'd probably ever seen in her life. Like, she just wanted to watch a Disney movie, and I'm like over here taking notes on my phone, like connecting all of the themes to these really esoteric references and interpretations. And so, yeah, this is from where I formulated the political ideology of neo-Gastonism. And it's important to remember that what we talked about in the beginning, how even with stories, our perceptions of them are often forced in order to manipulate.
He's married. I don't know who the fuck would marry this guy. I mean, they probably get treated like shit.
Certain outcomes that might influence our future perceptions or decisions. So anyone who watches this film will easily identify Gaston as the antagonist. And this is done intentionally because the messaging of this film is actually deeply progressive. And that's the part I'm not joking about. Like, I'm going to overanalyze it for sport, but that part is actually true. And this is most obvious with the dynamic between Belle and Gaston, but also just in the fact that the audience is made to believe that Gaston is the villain of the story. And this is because this story is basically about this, like...
Because he's a fucking cuck. He has no self-esteem whatsoever. You can tell that he's just a sad little boy inside. Much like John Doyle here.
Miserable proto-feminist seeking to invert virtually every aspect of her reality, and because Gaston represents the natural and ideal state of man, and because they can't change that since we all recognize...
That's the ideal state of man. If that's the ideal state of man, get me the fuck off this planet. Because if we had a bunch of guys running around like that, dude, I'd probably just fucking kill myself.
Instinctively that it's true, they have to instead frame it such that our perception of it is different, so that we perceive him to be the villain of the story, when in actuality, Gaston is the true protagonist of the story. He's the true hero of Beauty and the Beast. And so we have neo-Gastonism, which is a very simple ideology inspired by the actions of Gaston throughout the story, and it has 3 tenets. Number 1, women aren't allowed to read. Number 2, eat lots of eggs. And number 3, beat the shit out of furries.
Women aren't allowed to read. I don't mind to eat lots of eggs. I like eggs. But I like furries, man. There's a lot of good furry people out there. I like furries. I know some of them. They're good people.
It's simple, yet effective. So that's my political platform. I'm a neo-Gastonist. We've restocked the merch store for the end of the year with a few new designs, one of which, of course, being inspired by the political ideology of the future, which promotes traditional gender roles, an early form of raw egg nationalism, and, of course, war against degenerate sexual behavior. And this is, of course, neo-Gastonism. So go check out the new designs. Late Christmas present idea, maybe. We've also got a white boy winter design that should be up there by now. It's a white boy skiing and kicking up snow onto George Floyd, who's stuck in the snowman. So you're definitely...
That's fucking disgusting, man. That they would use a man's murder like that to fucking make money on his channel. Like, that's really, really, really disgusting. And of course you would like it, Off Time. You're obviously a fucking racist fascist.
You're gonna want to check that out. But anyways, I am going to give a summary of what the story is actually about, and then we'll go through and analyze the whole thing. So basically, when you view this story objectively, it becomes very clear that the true antagonist of the film is actually Belle, who's manifested some form of pathological narcissistic personality disorder, plain and simple. And the Beast actually serves as this supplementary character, the sort of tragic anti-hero to highlight one half of Belle's nature, which is the beast of her chaotic feminine nature when left.
He's so full of shit. Floyd did not die of an overdose. That was proven in court of law. Man.
Unchecked. And so the true protagonist of the story is actually Gaston, who represents the beauty that Belle could experience if she were subject to the natural order of things under Gaston's authority. And so the title Beauty and the Beast, properly understood, is not the beauty of Belle and the beastly nature of the prince who's under a spell, but rather the two directions in which Belle's energy can be channeled, through a weak and insecure man who will allow her to become a destructive beast, mirroring his nature as a literal beast, or through a strong and capable man who will allow her to become a happy and beautiful wife and mother, mirroring his nature as a beautiful man who has fulfilled his proper role in society. But of course, we are made to believe that Gaston is the antagonist of the story because this film, broadly speaking,
Okay, Gaston in the book tried to frame her father, make him and had him thrown into an insane asylum. Sounds like a real good guy to me.
Is feminist propaganda, which we will get into momentarily along with so much more. But even this is subtly acknowledged during the film's best sequence, the most famous sequence in the film, which is the ballroom dancing sequence with the film's main theme playing in the background. And it sings of a tale as old as time, Beauty and the Beast. And we hear this and we think, oh, it must be the Beauty and the Beast that we can see on the screen. But it's not. The film is inviting us to read between the lines. Mrs. Potts is warning us. Think about it. A tale as old as time. This is in reference to the beginning.
I can't tell whether he's joking or serious, or maybe it's like I said, that cognitive dissonance thing where he's both joking and serious at the same time. Like, I don't get that at all.
Of male-female relationships, along with time itself, which of course.
And off time, you know what? Like, I would love to talk to you on stream sometime, because you would be completely fun to eviscerate live on air, by the way. But I'm trying to do a video right now, so I'm not going to get into your antagonizing comments.
Would bring us back to Genesis and the Garden of Eden. And what did we learn from that story? That the woman's nature, if left unchecked by strong male authority, will lead towards chaos and evil. She is predisposed towards this at an accelerated rate relative to men. And Gaston understands this.
It's fucking bullshit, man. That's not what the Bible said. It's as sexist as the Bible is, it actually, said that they both partook in the apple, right? Like, it wasn't just her. It says that she was deceived, as a matter of fact. And then she deceived Adam, so they were both deceived. That's what it means. It doesn't mean she was inherently evil or listens to the devil more.
He was a hero and a great man who was trying to do right by his people, and yet the narrative frames him as though he is the villain. And we will explain how he tried to save Belle and his town momentarily, but first, ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 trends occurring simultaneously right now. More and more of you are electing to exercise your Second Amendment right.
We don't want any ads. That's not what we're here for. All right, we'll go. I think it's right there. All right.
Holsters.com/Doyle. Very epic, but we continue. So we're going to go through the whole synopsis of the film right now so that I can prove to you that the essence of the film is in fact a revolutionary leftist essence. What it seeks to do is promote the complete inversion of reality as something that makes people happy, something to be celebrated. Woman above man, chaos above order, weakness above strength, etc. And if you're trying to recall the story, you might think it's basically about Belle and the Beast, and then this Gaston guy keeps butting in, but it's actually more intricate than that. Because when we first...
If you actually do want to debate me online, email me. We'll make it happen. It's vertigoveritas.tv@gmail.com. That's vertigoveritas.tv@gmail.com. Here, I'll type it here so you can have it. I think it'll appear under Restream. There you go. There you go.
First meet Belle, she's lost. And this is because she has no male influence in her life to guide her. Her father's weak, he's old, which is why that relationship is established before the interactions with Gaston and the Beast even become larger parts of the story. Because from the beginning, the whole story is about Belle desperately needing masculine guidance. And Gaston and the Beast are basically competing to occupy that influence in her life, but for very different reasons, as we'll explain. But remember, as we said earlier, this is indicated by the title. Beauty and the Beast are both within Belle, and the struggle in the story is between the 2 competing forces which will decide which one will embody her essence. Will it be a strong, capable, charismatic, and therefore beautiful man to bring out her beauty, or will it be an insecure, pathetic, hideous beast, like literal creature, that will fail to control her, which will leave her miserable? Because as we're reminded...
So if a woman's not controlled, it leaves her miserable, is what he's saying. He's like, a woman has to be controlled. She has to be dictated to and put in her place, or she's going to be a miserable human being. It's so fucking sexist. It makes me want to throw up in my mouth.
Throughout the whole story, Belle doesn't know what she wants. She has no idea. She doesn't know what's going to make her happy. So naturally, when she makes decisions, they basically blow up in her face. But yeah, that's the story. So it starts out by describing how exactly the Beast came to be. And basically what happened was this poor ugly old woman came to his castle asking for shelter from a storm. And she told him that she could offer him a rose. And the Beast, who at the time was a prince, said no, because she was ugly and poor. And at first you might think that this is based because she had poor physiognomy, but it wasn't. It was actually
What the fuck, man? So it's good to call people ugly and say they have poor physiognomy.
Coomerism, because then the woman transforms back into her natural form as a beautiful princess, and the prince immediately starts simping for her. So
what the fuck, dude? It had nothing to do with Coomerism. It had nothing to do with him simping for her. The reason he fell to his knees is because he realized that he was in deep shit because he's an idiot and she's a powerful sorceress, and and he knew he was in deep shit because he had fucking been an asshole to her. That's what it was. It had nothing to do with sex or like his attraction to her or anything like that, or his lack of attraction to her. Nothing to do with that.
It wasn't the rejection of her because he inferred from her poor physiognomy that she would have poor character, but rather that he couldn't just like lust after her. And then when he realized that she was actually a beautiful princess, he began simping. And the princess realized that he was this pathetic coomer, and so she punished him by turning him into a furry, which is like an advanced stage of sexual degeneracy. And the only way that he can break the spell and return to normal is if he falls in love with
furries, an advanced stage of sexual degeneracy. Okay. All right.
the woman who also is in love with him within a certain amount of time. And if he can't do that, he's going to stay that way forever. And so he starts throwing these temper tantrums and like gets depressed about it and just stays inside the castle. And I will say it's hard for me not to think that the Beast is subtly based because he's basically like an autistic incel. But throughout the film, you'll see that this is just a distraction.
Oh yeah, because that's a great thing to aspire to, is to be an incel. The fuck? This guy, such a goddamn loser.
Designed to make people like us sympathize with him, think he's a Sigma male or whatever, when in reality, he's just pathetic. And this is a fantastic example of the difference between the Beast, who we're supposed to believe is the hero, and Gaston, who we're supposed to believe is the villain, because both embody a position of power, but they treat it differently. It's a perfect illustration of what weakness and strength look like when they have power. The Beast acts as a tyrant, whereas Gaston acts as a noble aristocrat. And we see this here when the prince acts selfishly by rejecting the lower class woman from the castle during the storm, unless she could satisfy his degenerate sexual desires, whereas...
What? Okay, where does the Gaston act like a noble aristocrat? Noble being the key word there. I don't think that he acts noble anywhere in the story whatsoever. There's not one point that you could bring to me where he acts nobly.
A noble aristocrat would feel an obligation towards the lower classes and would help them out. Like Gaston, for example. Gaston is nice to his dysgenic manlet friends. In fact,
he's not nice to him. He's fucking mean to him. He treats him like shit through the whole fucking movie. Like, that doesn't make any sense. He thinks of him as lesser than him.
Basically a sidekick, but even when the Beast is a prince, he's a tyrant. And then when he's cursed, he still abuses those around him to where they cower in fear when he's present. And again, this is the difference between weakness and strength when they have power.
I would even argue to say that Gaston keeps with LeFou, is that his name, around because it makes him look better, and he has low self-esteem, so he wants somebody around to make him look better. That's what I think the actual crux of the situation there and their relationship is.
Power. But anyways, then we're introduced to Belle. She's leaving her house in rural France in this village. It takes place between mid-1700s, mid-1800s, by the way, which is important because she has no mother figure present. Her father figure is weak. So basically, the people who were supposed to introduce her to the world, help her understand how it works, what her role is, they've failed to do that. And so she feels displaced. She's singing about how there must be something more than this provincial life. And she sings this after walking through her village, watching the community interact with one another. They're asking about each other's families, watching a mother cradle several beautiful children, etc. And she's on her way to the bookstore because since she has no sense of identity because of the failure of her parents, she has to retreat into books to derive her sense of identity. And she's on her way, and the villagers are singing, you know, that girl's so peculiar. She's not like other girls. Yeah, because she rejects her role in the village. Everybody in the village has a job.
Why does she have to fall into the role everybody else wants her to be in? Why is that a thing, right? Like, wouldn't that be communism, according to you guys? Why can't she be a rugged individual, huh?
They're all unseparated from the products of their labor, but not Belle. No, she feels entitled to more than that. There must be something more, but she doesn't work. She doesn't work towards that. She doesn't work towards that something more. She just lives in fantasy about it. She's a single, young woman with no obvious skill set. Anything that could bring her more, a job, motherhood, marriage to literally the most admired man in the village, she just rolls her eyes at that. She's entitled. She doesn't know what she wants. And
she's not entitled. How is she entitled? She like seriously lives with a poor like inventor and her father. She's not entitled whatsoever. There's not one thing about her that's entitled. It's absolutely ridiculous.
The only cure to this is strong male influence, which she has lacked for her entire life, which is why she's like this. This is why, to reiterate, Belle is the true antagonist of this story. Beauty, properly understood, is her appearance, and the Beast is her nature. Or beauty is Gaston, and the Beast is the prince. The true conflict is the weak nature of the Beast versus the strong nature of Gaston. But anyways, she goes on to sing, here's where she meets Prince Charming, but she won't discover that it's him until chapter 3. And this is actually foreshadowing. This is foreshadowing in metacon.
Oh, he actually got foreshadowing right. That's fucking weird. I didn't think this guy had any literary knowledge whatsoever, obviously, from his critique here. All right. Rogan detailed on his podcast Thursday how the left has become so intolerant of any other viewpoint that anyone who isn't in total agreement with them. No, it's the other way around, man. That's such projection. It's the right is the ones who get mad anytime somebody says that they're trans or that they're non-binary. It's the right that gets mad whenever a company decides to change their product line so that it's more accessible to people. The right is the one that gets mad when people are trying to simply be able to vote or fight for their rights, like BLM. The right gets mad at them for fighting against police brutality. The right is the one who gets upset when they lose and are sore losers. It's always the right, always. I'm not saying that there aren't people on the left who also are intolerant, because there are. There's some on the far right or far left that are intolerant, but it's almost wholly a thing on the right. Almost wholly. It's part of, especially if you're socially conservative, which a majority of the people on the right are. It's ridiculous. You see right here, the goal is to destabilize the kids' identity so that they are groomable, and then they look at their. See, you're saying it right here. You're saying that because I don't agree with you about gender, that people should be able to have their own gender, that I'm wrong, that I'm it's. See, and that's another talking point. BLM did far more destruction than anything that happened on the 6th. That's bullshit. Because the 6th happened in a period of 2 hours, and BLM happened over a period of months. All right, and there was still less destruction than in BLM in a lot of areas. There was destruction. Don't get me wrong. There were people who did things that were bad. Rioting is not good. I don't condone rioting whatsoever. But it was a few bad eggs and massive protests. It was something like 3% of BLM protests were violent, but those are the ones that get automatically fucking focused on. Whereas January 6th was mostly violent. So there's the difference.
Commentary on the story itself, and the average viewer will understand this foreshadowing as when she meets the Beast, but she doesn't realize that he's actually Prince Charming until Chapter 3 or Act 3, the final part of the story, when the Beast is revealed to her to be a prince. But even then, he's not Prince Charming, right? In fact, the whole second act of the story is centered around him being very awkward and uncharismatic. But who does she meet immediately after the song? Who is the next person she speaks to? Gaston. And perhaps it is Gaston who she realizes is the true Prince Charming in the third act when he sacrifices.
No. See, you said you knew what foreshadowing was. You don't, obviously. Because foreshadowing means later in the story. This is immediately after. It's not, wrong.
His life trying to save her, not even from the Beast, but from herself. And she realizes in that moment the gravity of her decisions, and that maybe she should have stopped being so dramatic. And in fact, I will be making the argument that her entire voluntary captivity in the Beast castle was just one giant shit test for Gaston. But anyways, here's where she meets Gaston. He's hunting. He's with his dysgenic manlet friend, his sidekick. And Gaston correctly figures that since he's clearly the best male in town, he deserves Belle because she's the most beautiful girl in town. And Gaston, by the way, is desired by virtually every woman in town, but his eyes are only on Belle. And so he greets her and he takes her book and he asks, "How can you read this? There isn't any pictures." And she says, "Well, some people use their imagination." And this is the essence of Gaston. He values the objective, what he can see, what he knows is true and real. Belle...
No, he's a moron who can't really read, so he needs pictures to fucking depict the story instead of being literate and actually having some knowledge on a subject.
A narcissist only values what serves herself. Sure, these words are nice, but only because I get to decide what picture they paint. And so Gaston tells her, get your head out of those books, which given the time period in which the story takes place, she was probably reading revolutionary proto-Marxist literature, and Gaston was trying to save her from that. And he says, it's not right for a woman to read. So
that's a reach. Oh my God. That's a reach, especially since she already told you what she was reading. She talks about, here's where you meet Prince Charming. She's reading fairy tales and romance novels, not proto-Marxist fucking propaganda. God damn it. You're stupid.
Soon she starts getting ideas and thinking because Gaston understands that the woman is particularly vulnerable to the whispers of the serpent. But jokes aside, what they're trying to do here, if you can't tell, is appeal to this whole No, I'm a girl, and I can get educated. I don't have to have a family. There's more to that. There's more to life than that. Look at this big dumb guy. He can't even read, blah, blah, because they have to appeal to the feminist narrative which this story is serving. But that being said, 100 years of feminism has vindicated everything that Gaston said. So Belle leaves to go help her father, and LeFou makes some joke about him, and then Belle gets angry. So Gaston berates his dysgenic manlet friend and defends Belle's father, because even though Gaston recognizes that Belle's father is a weak man, he still respects tradition and hierarchy, that her father still has ownership of her. So Belle gets back home, and we learn that her father is an inventor, which in context means that this guy is literally facilitating the propagation of the Industrial Revolution, which will inevitably destroy the fabric of the town he's a part of through.
What the? That's, oh man, this guy is reaching really hard. So why don't you just quit your podcast, John Doyle? Because, you know, it brought around the ability to make these microphones and to broadcast you across the air. So why don't you just quit and go live in the woods somewhere? That's what you're saying is happening here, right? Like that, you know, that's a bad thing for those things to be invented.
Through automation, through degeneration, but he does this in the name of his pride, winning first prize at the fair or whatever. So he has some form of psychopathic personality disorder, and then he defends Belle's interest in books, which makes sense because that revolutionary literature exists in part as a byproduct of the Industrial Revolution that he exploits for his own pursuit of glory, since this fixation on creating new material things bled into the study of the abstract and the immaterial, but since that largely predated and
Exactly. Gaston was pretending to defend her father's honor to get laid. That's exactly what he was doing. He never really cared a shit about his father. He looked down upon him. He called him crazy.
transcends us, the new information had to just be criticizing all of the traditional information and basically throwing it all out in the name of progress or whatever. So Belle's father is working towards the industrialization of their town. Gaston understands this. He understands the threat that it poses. But Gaston is an operator above all things. So he bides his time with this, but it will come up again later. So then her father leaves to go to the fair and literally goes down the wrong path as a result of his pride and his unwillingness to delay gratification by taking a longer path against the instincts of the horse, which knew it was dangerous, by the way. And then he asks his horse, well, where have you taken us? Because he's literally incapable of accepting personal responsibility, of course, symptomatic of his psychopathic personality.
What? He was just talking to his horse, man. You know, like, oh, where'd you take us, boy? It's not, oh man, such a fucking reach.
Disorder. So then he gets chased by wolves into the castle. He meets the props and he asks, well, how was this accomplished? Because he is incapable of or unwilling to acknowledge the immaterial.
Well, okay, so Michael, he says he has views. He is a crackpot, but he says he's an alt-right, you know, or dissonant right, chauvinist. He believes in fascism and authoritarianism. He believes that might makes right and that weak people should fall. Anybody who doesn't look the way that a strong person should look, like, you know, has non-traditional features or what he would describe as ugly, you know, that's what his views are, basically. Oh, and he's a racist too.
That there's clearly witchcraft at play. He would rather think of it in terms of this like hyper sophisticated invention or very early form of transhumanism or something. So the beast comes down and he's upset to find that he's sitting in his chair. He immediately starts melting down, claiming that the man came to stare at him because he's so insecure about his appearance. And it's this really feminine display overall because he simultaneously...
I think there's plenty of times where you could make that same argument about Gaston in the story, right, too, that he was very insecure about his looks and things. Because he always had to exert how strong and beautiful he was, right?
Chooses to come downstairs to get involved in this because he wants attention and conflict. His staff had it under control. It wasn't even remotely in the same area of the castle that he was in, but he chooses to make it his problem and then immediately victimizes himself by claiming that the father is tormenting him for his appearance. Again, the beast is weak and deeply insecure. So the beast imprisons Belle's father. So now Gaston has saved Belle some time. He's gathered the whole town for their wedding. The guys are all happy. The women are all seething out of jealousy because he's not marrying one of them. And then he goes inside Belle's house to tell her about his ideal future, how they're married, how he's providing her with fresh food to cook, how he gives her 7 sons. He literally says that. Like, he's so our guy, but
he gives her 7 sons, not the other way around. She didn't give him anything, right? And, you know, I'm gonna bring you home all these awesome things so you can cook dinner for me. It's absolutely ridiculous, man.
He has a plan. There is order to it. So, of course, Belle rejects this because she prefers to deal in disorder, in the chaotic. But instead of saying no, she tells him that she doesn't deserve him, which is another test. And if you've ever courted a young woman, you'll recognize this test. This is her trying to get you to tell her how great she is. But then she publicly humiliates him by throwing him into a mud puddle. Now she's singing again. She fashions this like makeshift headdress for herself while singing "Me, His Little Wife," and then she rips it off, rejecting it, singing again that she just wants so much more than this provincial life because she's literally rejecting her nature as a woman. She perpetuates.
what's wrong with that? Why is it so wrong that she wants something better than a living in a small town and on a countryside, you know? I mean, some people are just built for more. Some people are have like things that they need to do, you know, like with their life in order to make sure that they're fulfilled, you know? She obviously isn't going to be fulfilled popping out babies for Gaston.
Truly wants more, yet she doesn't know what will make her happy. She's always wanting more, but she doesn't know how to define that. So she runs into this field talking about how she wants adventure, which is symbolic of not wanting to be tied down or whatever. And again, jokes aside, this is the message of the film, and it backfires spectacularly, as we'll explain later on. But it's like, think about that. I want more, I want more. She runs away from this organized wedding. She didn't have to lift a finger. The greatest man in the village, and probably the entire country of France at this point, frankly. And she runs away from that in pursuit of more, and ends up in an empty field. Like, this is very emblematic of the utter state of the Western woman. It's like, I reject the natural order of things. I want more. You're in a field. You're empty, literally in terms of geography and your internalized spirit. You stupid one. But anyways, the horse comes back without her father, and so she goes with the horse to the castle, and she finds her father, but the beast refuses to let him go. And so now she's on her knees in front of him, looking up at him.
It's unbelievable that like the mental gymnastics he's playing in order to try to extract his points out of here.
I'm like, please, there must be something I can do, anything. And to the beast's credit here, he just totally rejects her advances because he just goes, no, he's my prisoner. And again, it's hard to write off the beast because he really is subtly based in that he's basically an autistic incel. But anyways, Belle offers to take the place of her father, and the beast agrees if she promises to stay there forever. And at this point, her father, who, yeah, he's not a strong figure in her life, but even he's like, Belle, what are you doing? Don't do this. And it just goes to show how women will literally destroy their own lives just to spite standards that they think are oppressive. Like this girl literally rejected her town and everything that it had to offer. She rejects Gaston, who is literally the ideal male, all because she needs something more. She can't be held.
I think he kind of want to fuck Gaston. Like he wants to fuck Gaston. I can tell. Like Gaston's such beautiful. He's so beautiful. He's such the perfect man. He wants to deep dick Gaston or bend over for him so that Gaston could deep dick him. That's what it is. I can tell. Look at the look in his eye. There's a glint in his eye when he talks about Gaston. That's what he wants. He wants that deep dickin' from a cartoon character.
Held down, and then in less than 90 seconds, she agrees to spend the rest of her life in a castle with a monster. And you can say, oh, she did it to save her father, but it's like, first of all, this is 1700s, 1800s France, and that guy is old and fat. He's sick now. He's got like maybe 2 years left. Secondly, she's actually contesting her father by disobeying his authority over her and doing so by masquerading it with the typically masculine virtue of sacrifice. She's literally LARPing one of those books that she never should have been reading in the first place, frankly, and this is what happens to her. So she has no...
I want to see him like go up against like some intelligent woman and just see him get eviscerated by her. I mean, I could do it easily too, but I would rather see him debate like a really, really strong, smart woman, you know, and just get fucking annihilated.
No true concept of feminine identity because she doesn't have a mother figure. She rejects everything that she's called to do by her community because she regards it to be binding. And so the only sense of identity that she can find in her real life is inspired by that into which she retreated, which are those books. So she tries to be the hero figure because she recognizes the opportunity to do so. But in her pride, she failed to calculate how stupid of a hill it was to die on since her father's going to be dead soon anyways. Now she's in exactly the situation that she thought that she wanted to avoid, this de facto arranged marriage. So now she's literally in a stone dungeon crying because she thought she was too good to marry Gaston. Remember, the toll will always be paid. Belle assumed authority over her father by sacrificing herself for him, which objectively was a bad move.
Yeah, that's basically what he's saying. He's like, oh, he thinks that she should, yeah, just let her father die because he's old and fat. That's basically it. Yeah, like he's you know, got no worth, according to John Doyle. You know, he's absolutely ridiculous. The guy has no empathy in his heart whatsoever.
And now she's crying about it in a room by herself. This is what happens when women are allowed to think for themselves. But then the beast tells her that she can go wherever she wants except for the West Wing. And you'll never guess where this girl decides to go later. It's like you tell a woman not to do something and her HUD just recognizes it as like objective updated. Do that thing. But then the beast is like, you will join me for dinner. This is not a request. And we have to remember not to be charmed by the beast, not to think that he's our guy because...
That was not charming to me at all. I never saw that as charming.
His assertiveness over the woman is not from a place of confidence, but rather his own insecurity lashing out. Like Gaston does this because he's a Chad. And the beast isn't even doing this because he's like a Sigma male, but rather because, again, he's basically an autistic incel. And of course, she's like, I won't have dinner with you. Yet again, another shit test, which he fails by throwing a tantrum. But we continue. Now we're at the lodge, all the guys are there, and Gaston's feeling a little bit down after the whole Belle situation earlier, and so the fellas cheer him up by singing a song about how much of a chat he is. Like, they literally have a song dedicated to how epic he is.
See, what did I say? He's his fucking ego is so just fragile that he has to have people fucking pump him up and sing him songs, you know, like that.
All the men want to be him, all the women want him, and it's like, if he's the villain, why am I rooting for him? If he's the villain, why is everyone rooting for him? He's drinking with the boys, he's wrestling with the boys, he's singing with the boys, he's playing chess with the boys, he's spitting with the boys, he's shooting with the boys.
Oh, I would love to debate John Doyle. I would absolutely love to. I would do that in a second. But you know, I don't know. I'm still a small streamer, and he wouldn't do it unless he thinks that he can get some clout out of it. So I don't know why he would go against somebody who would clearly like tear him apart. All it would do is make me a bigger streamer. So I would love to, but I doubt he would ever do that. What do you think this video is about, man?
Boys, he flips over the chessboard as a rejection of the abstract in favor of natural law. He's hoisting people up with one arm. He's wrestling all the guys in town at once. He's talking about how he ate 4 dozen eggs as a boy and now 5 dozen eggs a day as a man, which is why he's roughly the size of a barge. I mean, this guy is it. He's loved by his community. He rejects books and sources because those are how weak people justify their beliefs since they're incapable of original thought.
So books and sources are what weak people use to justify their beliefs. This is the fucking mindset of these guys, man. That just because you know somebody else like it's like they deny anything that's factual information because they think that they know better, because they think that they have creative thought. It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay, well, I'll say it right now. John Doyle, if you're watching this, I would love to debate you. I'll come on your show, you can come on mine, whatever. Let's do it. I will lavish the chance to do that. So, I don't know. I don't know how to get a hold of him otherwise. I don't know if there's a way to send him a message or something, but I would love that.
Takes care of his dysgenic manlet friend. He's dancing with him. Like, this guy's fantastic. I'd be on his team every day of the week and twice on Sunday. How are we supposed to believe that this guy's the villain? I'm being serious again. Like, literally, he doesn't even have the typical, like, I'm evil and I want to do evil things. Like, he's just like, I'm the best and I want to marry Belle. And then the story's like, he's the bad guy because Belle wants to read books and be free, and marriage will tie her down. Gaston actually demonstrates a proper understanding of love, by the way, which the Beast doesn't. We'll talk about that a bit later. But now, since the Beast...
What? The only thing Gaston loves in this story is himself, right? I mean, I don't think he understands.
Fails the shit test, and Belle's not coming to dinner. The Beast is in his room sulking like, she'll never see me as anything but a monster. It's hopeless, just going total doomer mode. Meanwhile, Belle manipulates Clocksworth by exploiting his love of presenting information about the castle through tours to explore the one area she wasn't supposed to go to. And she finds the rose from the beginning with the witch, and she's like, oh, this rose in a glass case, so nothing will touch it. I'm gonna go ahead and remove the glass case and try to touch it. And then the Beast finds her and gets angry because she did the one thing that she wasn't supposed to do, and then she immediately starts crying and victimizing herself. Now she's fleeing the castle because she has no principles. She only cares about what immediately validates her ego. First it was a hero complex, now it's this, I'm too good to...
It's not that she doesn't have any principles, she doesn't have your principles. And you think that your principles are the only fucking things that matter. That's what it is. It has nothing to do with her principle, like her not having principles.
Get in trouble for doing things that I wasn't supposed to be doing mentality. So she makes a promise to stay there forever, breaks the rules, decides she's not at fault, and then breaks the commitment. Like, this is literally how no-fault divorce works. She doesn't know what's good for her. She always wants more. She's always too good for whatever environment she's in. Now she's getting attacked by wolves, and so then she's saved by the Beast. She goes back to the castle with him, and now she's like trying to clean his wounds. But again, the Beast gets into this like autistic episode where he's growling at her for trying to touch his wounds, and he's like LARPing as an animal, because remember, Belle thinks he's actually a beast, but he's not. And he knows that. He's still a man, but he's LARPing. But anyways, then he gives her a whole library, like the biggest library you've ever...
I don't think that was ever like insinuated in the story. I mean, the witch made him beast. He's like a beastly man, creature, you know? It's not like she, yeah, no, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Seen. And that should tell you all you need to know right there. Like, literally, the Chad don't read books versus the Virgin, here, take all of them. And then we get into this really weird montage of the Beast like learning to behave or whatever. And what's important to note here is that Belle's validation and purpose comes only from control and power. She needed to artificially and socially engineer the Beast into something he isn't to feel validated and powerful. Gaston wasn't enough for her because he was already perfect. And she rejected the feminine attitude shared by virtually every woman in the village, which was that...
See, he keeps fucking simping for Gaston. He thinks Gaston's perfect. He wants the big fucking animated pink dick. That's what he wants. Right in his butthole.
Their validation was to come from being the wife of the best man. But since that implied a position of submissiveness to the man, it did not satisfy the revolutionary ego of Belle, who by this point is a sexual Marxist. And she even brags about this in a song. How she's able to change the beast into a perversion of itself. And you might say, but he's a person underneath. Yeah, but she doesn't know that, remember? She's literally trying to normalize bestiality to herself. White women and bestiality. Talk about a tale as...
What? White women and bestiality, right? That's a thing, I guess. I don't...
all this time. I will not elaborate on this. However, just know that there is no greater indication that a white woman has given up on having a family than her adopting a male dog in her late 20s, early 30s. Like, we all know a few of those.
What the fuck is he talking about?
But here's something else important to note. The happiest Belle is seen in the entire movie is during the tale as old as time sequence. Look at why that is. She's in a place in the middle of nowhere that she's totally unfamiliar with. She's surrounded by transhumanist, sentient, occult objects that talk. She's romancing a literal monster. Everything around her is completely inverted because Belle can only thrive in chaos, in the realm of the unnatural. She's rejected her home and her spot at the top of the feminine hierarchy in favor of the complete inversion of everything that she formerly knew, because Belle at her core possesses that revolutionary chaotic spirit, which is the consequence of unchecked feminine energy, not guided by a mother, not checked by her father.
Yeah, he's completely out of his fucking mind, this guy. He's really reaching on all of this stuff too. I can't believe he made a 35-minute video about this. I'm so glad I sped it up.
Father and influenced by proto-Marxist literature, and now she can only find purpose through chaos. And this is why the tale as old as time is in reference to the true plot of the film. Think about it. As old as time. What is that in reference to? Genesis in the Garden of Eden, where we see what happens when unchecked feminine nature is allowed to manifest. And this is dog whistling to the audience that they have to read between the lines and see that the true story is about the chaos and the order of the female condition, and whether it will be the weak man or the strong man to channel her energy in destructive or productive ways, respectively. Beauty and the Beast are the competing sides of Belle, reflected by whichever force is able to channel her energy. The beautiful Gaston, bringing out her beauty within the natural order of things, or the hideous Beast, doing the opposite, allowing her to become a destructive beast. But even then, stop laughing, this is serious. Even then...
See, he doesn't even know if it's a joke or not. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, he's just... Man, he's spouting some shit right out of his ass.
And inherent to chaos is that it's always changing. So she still can't be happy in this ideally chaotic environment that she's created. And so the Beast releases Belle so that she can go back to being with her still sick and dying father. And like, as a man, I can't respect this. Like, she literally put you through all of that. And then she's just going to go back to the life that she wholeheartedly rejected in the first place. Plus, it's this whole like, as long as she's happy, that's all that matters mentality, which is just rationalized weakness. That's all that is. And this is the opposite of Gaston, which we'll talk about in a second. But again, the true nature of the Beast is revealed. He is a selfish aristocrat. His entire help, his best and only friends are counting on him to break this curse. And he throws it away for his own self-image of being like this compassionate, understanding guy or whatever. He's at the top. He's in control. He has an obligation to his people, and he throws it away out of weakness. He's pathetic. So Belle finds her father. Update, he's still dying. And now there's an angry mob coming to lock Belle's father in the insane asylum for trying to undermine the distributist agrarian economic model of the town.
Which Gaston caused to happen. He knew, like, yeah. Gaston is the one who instigated that whole fucking thing because he wanted to get Belle to come back.
And also for ineffectively spreading word about the Beast because nobody actually respects him or takes him seriously, and so they just assume that he's crazy. So Gaston tells Belle that he can make all of this stop if she just agrees to marry him. And Belle says no, because being married to the literal ideal man and living happily ever after to save her father is...
Yeah, why wouldn't she marry him if she gets a fucking ultimatum that your dad will be locked up for the rest of his life if you don't marry me? Why would she not agree to that?
Frankly, beyond the scope of her operations, unlike agreeing to live in a castle with a literal monster for the rest of her life to save her father earlier, right? And this is because Belle's true mission above all else is rejecting male authority. She does this by rejecting her father's wishes in the beginning where she gets herself locked up. Now she rejects Gaston's wishes and presumably her father's wishes since he's anti-beast and at least Gaston's sympathetic or Gaston adjacent at this point to let him be taken away instead of, God forbid, taking a break from having the Midas touch of chaos. And like we said earlier, Gaston is an operative. He understands that Maurice's work as an inventor will ultimately be destructive to his town in the long run, but he's also willing to let Maurice continue to be free if Belle marries him because he knows that his 7 sons will end up wielding enough power in the town to counteract any of those negative effects. But for the time being...
Oh my God. Man, this guy... He's out there. He's in the fucking weeds right now. Jesus.
He's fine with just removing him from the society to go to the insane asylum. And this is when Belle turns her subversive efforts to the townsfolk. She exposes them to her occult mirror prop and tells them about this mythical creature because she wants them to think that her father isn't actually crazy. And she wants to get the townsfolk to indulge in her occult bestiality fan.
What would you do? What would you do if you could prove your father's innocence or like prove that he wasn't crazy? You wouldn't show them? Oh, it's an occult object, blah, 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 blah.
With her. And it is here when Gaston realizes that this has all been one big shit test. He tells Belle that he suspects that she has feelings for the monster. And Belle replies by saying,
it's totally wife beater mentality. It's absolutely wife beater mentality, Michael. It's like, it says, it's basically like his MO. I mean, this is the kind of things that I'm talking about as far as toxic masculinity is. This guy's the epitome of it.
No, monster Gaston, you are. And at this point, Gaston realizes that Belle exists to pervert and degenerate everything that she comes into contact with. It is no longer about his dream of making her his wife and giving her a happy and fulfilling life. Gaston realizes now that it is more than that. It is about an obligation to his people. She is the ultimate wielder of destructive feminine energy, and he realizes that the only way to stop it is for him to finally take control of her and provide to her that authoritative masculine influence that she so desperately needs. Her father's influence is taken care of. It's removed. He's gone now. So the only thing left is this monster. So Gaston begins basically like rhetorically psyoping the townsfolk to garner support for his cause, basically just like inventing these bad outcomes that could potentially happen to scare people. And because he's respected, within seconds, the men are marching with Gaston to the castle to kill the beast, singing Gaston's praises the entire way there. They're singing, "We're counting on Gaston to lead the way." And this is Gaston's arc as the true protagonist of the story. If there's two things he's known for, it's being the best hunter in the village and attracting the most women in the village. And so now he must conquer his most deadly hunt yet in order to stop the true beast, Belle's destructive feminine energy, thereby conquering the most beautiful woman in the process, because Gaston is the hero, Belle is the villain, and the beast is basically a tragic anti-hero. And in fact, the beast is such a weak leader.
Yeah, good point. Shame her for her feelings because she doesn't have them for you. Yep, Gaston is such a hero. Good point.
That when the castle is under attack, he's pouting in the West Wing with no plan, no way to inspire his people, whereas Gaston literally just makes up a few stories, and within 5 minutes, he has an armed caravan about to storm the castle. They've got a song prepared, and because Gaston is a true aristocrat with honor, he tells those below him that they can have whatever they can find for themselves. However, the beast is rightfully his because he's the leader, and the people all respect this because they respect Gaston, because Gaston has a true allegiance to noble and traditional aristocracy. And in fact, the castle's counterattack wasn't even launched by the beast. It was launched by a candle. But then Gaston finds the beast, and the beast, seeing an arrow aimed at him, he literally turns away because he's pouting over a woman. Gaston recognizes this and tries to do him a favor by at least awarding him a soldier's death. So he shoots him with an arrow, and instead of just
What the fuck, man? Oh, that's give him a soldier's death by shooting him in the back, huh?
continuing to shoot him with arrows and killing him, he lets the beast go out fighting. But the beast refuses to fight back, but then Belle shows up, and oh, now the beast is fighting back, and Gaston yells, "It's over, beast! Belle is mine!" But what does this mean? What does he mean, it? It is over. Something that he and the beast have both been experiencing. Gaston means this metaphorically. It's over, meaning Belle's reign of chaos. She will now be under his authority, and she will be happier and stabler for that. The beast cannot have this because he's insecure. He would rather have Belle be in control over him and continue to invert reality than have her be with another man. This is different than Gaston, who asserts himself from a place of objective value and confidence. The beast asserts himself from a place of insecurity. Gaston being with Belle would make both of them happiest, but the beast being with Belle would just make...
Yeah, like, it's okay to, you know, murder people and treat everybody else like they're less than you and you know, theft, all of that good stuff. Yeah, steal everything out of his house. But, you know, Belle not returning his affections. Hell no. Yep, that's right, Michael. It's like, oh God, it just makes me so blah. Makes me so angry that people like this exist.
The beast happiest, or at least less miserable, which is why he was literally willing to let Gaston kill him about 2 minutes prior to this. This is the difference between confident, capable love, and weak, insecure love. The beast let Belle go because he just wanted her to be happy or whatever. Gaston says, no, I can make her the happiest and provide her the best life, and I will stop at nothing to do this for her. But the beast is incapable of this because he acts exclusively through insecurity. And so then the beast lashes out and almost kills Gaston out of insecurity, not out of Belle's best interest. And this really is a Cain and Abel situation. So Gaston, who's not prideful like Belle, who's not insecure like the beast, he humbles himself and asks the beast...
He's not prideful? He's not prideful that he made he had that town sing the whole song for him so he could cheer him. You already mentioned this. He's nothing but prideful.
He's for mercy. He's a leader above all else, and he knows at this point the only way to save the objective and stay in the fight is to ask for mercy. So the beast lets him go, and then gets distracted by Belle, and so Gaston capitalizes on this, and he stabs the beast. But because of the rain, he loses his footing and tragically falls to his death. Now, this is where the story actually ends. Everything else is basically just a humiliation ritual and feminist propaganda, because Gaston understood that the beast in his animal form was pathetic, and that he couldn't properly love Belle because he was a weak man, and so he sought to put him out of his misery and do the job that he was incapable of doing. And still, the beast didn't even defeat Gaston.
My God.
At no point did he best Gaston in any capacity. He literally won via technicality. But now he's still dying, but he says, well, maybe it's better this way, because he's realizing that he just killed Gaston over a literal woman and his own insecurity, and that if he just stays with Belle now, more destruction is the inevitable result. He realizes that Belle inadvertently killed the most beloved man.
No, he said maybe it's better this way because he thinks that there's no saving him. He thinks that she'll have to live with him as he is under this spell, when the spell was like trying to show what he was outwardly. But then he realizes that and comes to terms with himself and his past, and then loses the beastly form that he's in. Right?
Man in the whole village.
Did I do it?
And now Belle, trying to maintain her control over the beast, commands him, no, don't talk like that. So then Belle says that she loves him. The curse breaks, and now...
Yeah, no, he's not joking, man. He's like, this is who he is. Like, I've seen a few videos of his, and he's definitely not joking. I mean, again, it's a more cognitive dissonance. He's joking, but not at the same time. He actually believes these things. He believes this is how things should be.
Now, the prince is back through this shape-shifting ritual, and guess what? He is significantly less handsome than Gaston. Now they're getting married, and it's like, who are all these people at the wedding? Where did they come from? I don't know. There were a lot of other questions left to be answered. Does LeFou avenge Gaston's death? How long did it end up taking for Maurice to die? Would Belle and Gaston's children have recognized the state of Israel? I don't know. But the true moral of the story is that the nature of nature is right. What is natural is therefore right. Inversion of the natural order is inherently chaotic and therefore destructive, and man must be above woman to prevent or at least minimize that, generally speaking. And honestly, I think Gaston just got unlucky. I don't really think there was anything else he could have done. You know, you could say that he should have just shot the beast with more arrows and finished him off, but it's like Gaston he just really had this understanding of honor and chivalry that we just can't comprehend. So he's a hero.
What the fuck is he talking about?
He died doing what was right, and we honor his sacrifice by upholding the principles of Neo-Gastonism in our everyday lives. So check out the Neo-Gastonist shirt. Check out the new and restock.
Wow, guys. Wow. Well. Yeah, Michael says this man is a danger to society. He needs therapy. Yeah, but he would think that would be too weak to get therapy. That's what women do. Get therapy. Women and the gays. That's literally what he thinks. Oh my God. Yeah, he's definitely closeted and has a thing for Gaston. That's for sure. That's for sure. Well, guys, that brings an end to our political segments and stuff, because we're gonna play some video games. God damn it, that's what we're gonna do, just for a little bit. Maybe for an hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that. But there's a new game that I'm gonna try, and so we're going to try to see if I can get my controller hooked up here. Come on. Find it. There we go. All right. How's everybody doing? Hopefully that off-time guy or girl, I think it's probably a guy. He sounds like he's chauvinistic. Hopefully he messages me. We can get him on here for a debate. That would be quite interesting. Oh my gosh. Quite interesting, guys. Quite an interesting stream so far. About to play Death's Door. Just did a bunch of politics. Just emailing friends. All right, so we're gonna close that. Let's see here. Play. There we go. There we go. Oh, yeah. I heard this is like a fun game. It's like kind of a, almost like a, what do they call it? Like a Zelda type game. So, all right, let's see here. Let's get this going. Now arriving at Reaping Commission headquarters. Okay. End of the line. I'm a crow, and I got a sword. I got a bow, but I don't know if I can use it. There we go. Boom! Alright, that's good to know. Oh shit, I probably shouldn't do that. I don't have any arrows. I'll get those back. Alright, let's look around. Let's see what we got going on here. I love the black and white aesthetic. That's pretty cool. Can I talk to this guy? Ain't got no souls. Ain't got no shinies. Ain't got no worries. Yeah, you're clear. Move it along, bud. Alright. Guess I gotta go that way. Just gonna check around. Ticket office is closed. On to fix a broken pipe back in 3 to 4 years. Oh shit. That's a long time. Alright guys, I'm gonna pause it real quick because I have to pee. So I'll be right back. All right, back we go. Well. This is Chandler the Handler. Look who showed up for work. No more worms for you. Because only the early bird catches... Never mind. Anyway, it's your lucky day. I actually have a soul for you to read. Not just any soul, a giant soul. Think of the commission on that. I hope you haven't forgotten your training. Stay on your talons. Giant souls don't often go peacefully. Dropping in your door for you now. Sweet. With a soul that size, you might even be able to afford some time off. But remember, your door will remain open until you return with your designated soul. While your door is open, you will be mortal and you will age, so get it done quickly. Reaping souls to power the doors, just so we can reap more souls, and the cycle repeats forever! Rat race, eh? Anyway, get to it. Be careful. If you die, it's gonna be a lot of paperwork, and I don't have the time. Oh boy, I love typing. Can't get enough of it. Oh, my guy's... Alright. My guy's just sleeping. Shit! I guess I can't fly, so... Just trying to see what else is around. Alright, let's check it out. All colored. Grove of Spirits, assigned soul location. It's kind of cool how they do that. The little tutorial stuff right there on the side. In the in the game itself. Pretty cool. Where are these little dudes? I can get them to follow me, that's cool. Oh. I just want to collect all of them. All of them! I don't know what they're doing. Oh. Come on, guys! Hold LT to aim, and then B to charge. Boom! All these little guys following me. I got an army. What's up, little guys? Oh shit. Come on. I don't know if these. I'm supposed to have these guys follow me, but I think it's fun. Oh shit! Demonic forest spirit. God damn it. How long will it take to kill this motherfucker? Yeah! Got it. Come on, little guys. Got some forest spirits. All right, now what? Oh fuck! Big ass bird over there. First. Could really use some life right now. Sweet. How do I use that? How do I plant the seed? I don't get it. Still don't know how to plant the seed. Sucks, man. Just sucks. Damn it. That requires the key. Collected a mass of soul energy. Soul energy can be spent in the Hall of Doors on Reaper upgrades. Sweet. Yeah. Got me some stuff. Alright. Well, that sucks. This way to the summit. Can't get through there though. Can I go underneath here? Okay. Oh shit, there's more stuff over here. Okay, hold on. I don't know how to plant those things. Yeah, take that, bitch. Oh, there we go. Sweet. I have to do it at certain spots, I guess. Nice. Making progress, guys. Making progress. Unlock that bitch. Come on. think I went up here already. Maybe not. Oh yeah, I did. Come on. Alright, let's fuck him up. God damn it. Gotta stay out of the roly-poly guy's way. Sweet. Say I kicked some ass there. Now I kind of want to see if I can go down and grab that life stuff though, because I'm almost dead. Dead ski. These guys are wussies. I can beat them up. Beat him up quick. Oh no! Oh, I spoke too soon. Alright, well. Have to do all of that over again? Okay, no, good. Oh, I could have planted a seed right here. What the fuck am I doing? Where's its goddamn giant soul? Ooh, what's this? Ah, Reaper. My time in this world is over. I'm sorry, it's not your fault. It happens to everyone. I'm afraid I'm a burden with unending life. I can't explain it, and I've spent untold years seeking an answer. My name is Stedhone, and I'm the keeper of graves on the sacred mountain. Oh, and if you do find yourself strengthened somehow, feel free to try and kill me again. Good to know. Gotta go try killing him again. Ooh, inspect. Here lies the guardian of the door, a preserver of order, and home to stray souls. Dooby-dooby-doo. Where to go now? structure has a twin. A hidden secret lies within. Alright. This way to the stranded sailor. There's not much I can do there. This way to the summit. Okay, I guess I can't go in there yet. The gameplay is very much like Zelda Ocarina of Time kind of. Yeah, those guys are easy to kill now. Figured out their MO. Yeah. Kicking some ass. Oh, fuck. Ah. Come at me, bro. Got it. Here. Much better. Come at me, bro. Boom, boom, boom. Fuck, two wizardies. Take that, bitch. Ah! Kicking some ass now. Here. Eat it, dick, wizard. Right. I think I have to wait for this to grow again before I can eat it. Making shit happen, yeah, I am. Nice. Oh shit. Guardian of the door. Oh fuck. Maybe I should use my my bow on that guy, you know? Figured out the right way to go though, so that's good. I don't think I have to go like all the way around now too, because I'd opened that other gate. So we'll see. Roll. Birdie roll. Yeah. Give me that. I didn't know that was there. Should have went down here before. Oh well. Dun-dun-dun. Whoa, where'd he go? I know this is the way I went last time, but I figured, why the hell not? Let's see what's down and around this way. Oh look, it was just a shortcut. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I already went that way. I knew there was a flower over here. Little soul guys. Come on, let's go. You guys can't climb ladders. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah. Oh shit. Stuck the wrong way. God damn it. Just gotta beat his ass. Keep fucking working. Oh no! Run, 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 run! God damn it. Oh no. This guy's hard. This guy's quite difficult. There we go. Okay. Alright, now I need to hit him a couple of times. God damn it. God! It's so difficult. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Oh no! Got him. He's starting to crack, guys. He's starting to crack. Come on. Come on, bitch. Can't let him hit me again. Can't let him hit me again. Oh God. Oh God. Yes. Oh, let's see here. found the easier way to go, though, at least. I think I got this guy down now. I think I know what to do. Laser beams. Frickin' laser beams. Oh, fuck. God damn it. No! Can we do it? Fuck. Almost had him. Close only counts in hand shoes and horseshoes and hand grenades that my stupid family uses. We're gonna beat this guy. We're gonna do it. Good so far. Oh no. Frickin' laser beam. Frickin' laser beam. So far so good. Beam and bomb at the same time? You must be getting pissed. doing really good this round, guys. We may actually, might actually get him this time. Oh, fuck. God, bombs and fucking shit everywhere. God damn it. Making progress. Did I get him? Oh, I fucking beat him. I fucking beat him. That was awesome. What is this thing? This way to the overgrown ruins. That's the summit. I think that's where we're supposed to go. I'm not sure though. Pull this little handle here. I don't know what that did, but I'm sure it did something. Man, how do I get over there? How do I get over there? Do I have a seat? Yeah, I do. Cool. My life is back. Alright. I gotta figure out how to get this key out of there. This way, maybe we can figure it out. Whoa. What the fuck just happened? Oh, hello, fledgling. Sorry about the crack on the head, but I needed that soul. You see, I was a Reaper just like you. Years ago, my assignment evaded capture. It took many months to track it down to this location. Upon arrival, I discovered it had somehow passed through this door. Inconceivable. Do you know where we are, fledgling? I have no idea. I'm baffled. Death's door. Makes sense. I mean, that's what the game's called. The endpoint for all life. I thought it was just a legend. As you know, all doors are powered by the energy of souls. Perhaps with a truly monumental amount of power, even this one can be forced open. Sadly, the soul I stole from you was not enough. I'm afraid that our fates are very much intertwined now, fledgling. For with your assignment incomplete, your death is now an inevitability. Without the soul that now resides behind this door, you are trapped just like me. What a fucker! What a fucking asshole! What a dick! However, fortune may still smile upon us. This cursed land is hidden to the Reapers, somehow untouched by the laws of nature. The creatures here have the potential to live vastly beyond their years, growing ever larger and more powerful. I know of 3 such beings on these isles whose combined soul energy could grant us the power to wedge this door open. To the north lives an old witch, obsessed with escaping the clutches of death. Beyond the forest to the east, the self-proclaimed king rules over the ruins of a flooded cathedral. And atop the mountain to the west, a beast of untold years, primal and vicious, with no weight to want to desire. I'm truly sorry to have entangled you, fledgling, but my advanced years, my body grows weary. Your path is your own now. Either venture into the wilds and reap those giant souls, or choose inaction and suffer the same fate as this old fool. You're a dick. What a dick. Might check after a little bit here. Oh, there's the key. To see if Prime Kai has an open panel tonight, I might jump on there for a little bit too. I don't know. Before we go in there, I just want to check around to see if there's anything that I can get over here. Yep. Oh, there's a lever. I think I've been over here already, though. The level design on this is great. Alright, let's go in here and see what's up. Yes. And lever. I got some light at least. Fuck, was that open like that before? Did I just miss that? Let's see what else is beyond this door. Door number 2. Ah, fuck. Sweet. Bird cage. Must be something out here. Ooh, I can't break those. That's cool. I like breaking things in games. I think that's why I like Diablo so much. I can break shit in it. Diablo 3, that is. I wonder what's going to happen with Diablo 3 now that, or Diablo 4 now that Xbox bought Activision and Blizzard. Interesting. That's something I didn't cover, but I'm on the fence about it. I mean, at the same, as much as I don't like monopolies, I think Xbox will kind of clean house as far as all of the sexism and shit like that that's going on. Burn your weapons and spread joy. I don't know how to do that. Burn weapons. Alright, where am I supposed to go from here? I don't get it. There's nothing over here. I'm puzzled. Burn your weapons and spread joy. Not quite sure what that means. Not sure where I'm supposed to go. Okay. We're at a loss here. So I guess we'll go back the way we came. Not exactly sure how I'm supposed to get over there. Oh. I'm at a loss, guys. I don't know where I'm supposed to go after this. There's another spider guy. Let's kill him. I don't know. Let's back out. I think I have to catch my weapons on fire somehow. That's what that was saying. Find that door. I feel like I need to get back to the Hall of Doors somehow so I can upgrade my weapons. Can't remember how to get back though. I'm gonna do it. Making it back. Aha! Sweet. Yes, I would like to increase my combat abilities. Dexterity, haste. Sweet, we'll do that. I gotta go find and see if I can get, there's this like little thing over here. Looks like there's lots of places I can go in this Hall of Doors, but it opens up gradually. check though. All right. Full screen cam. So, that was fun. But I did want to check on something real quick. Does not look like. Let's check on here to see. Is anybody? It's Prime Kai's live on. Let's see here. Check this out. This is a private panel, it looks like. Well, I don't think that there's a way for me to get on here yet because this is still private panel. So, fuck, I might jump on later, guys. I don't know. We'll see. But as of right now, we're gonna call it. And I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. I might be back on a little bit later if Prime Kai's panel opens up, and we'll do some debate as well. So, but thanks guys for coming on today. Had lots of fun. Had lots of interesting conversations with some new people in chat. Particularly one guy who is obviously some kind of troll. But you know what I do to trolls? I will roast them on live in live chat. So yeah, hopefully he hits me up and we can actually have a conversation in person on stream. We'll see though. I don't know if he hit me up or not, but we'll see. All right, guys. Be watching out. I might jump back on tonight to do some debating. We'll see if that opens up. If not, I will be streaming again Monday, and we'll definitely do an open panel then. So be looking forward to that. I got some videos coming out on YouTube as well, so be looking into that. Got some new ones up just recently. I try to do one a day, if possible. So yeah, thanks a lot, guys. We'll see you next time.